Well, hello world. Welcome to my little crazy stream and my wild life. Okay, it's not so wild, but it's usually pretty busy and crazy. I want to say hi to anyone who happens to come and say hi to me or wants to come and play with me on on watching these reaction videos. Now, if you're wondering, just trying to take a quick peek to make sure everything's up and running so that everybody else can see what I'm doing instead of I'm just sitting here being an idiot. Been a great week so far. Went to work. Yeah, tough days, bad things happen as they always do at every job. I don't think anyone can say anything any different, right? We all have good days, we all have bad days, we all have busy days. I was just basically tired. Like I said, at 60, your body gets a little tired. I used to be able to run those hours like they were nothing and then go party. Now I run those hours, I come home, I sit down, and I just stare at my phone and play a few games to try to unwind before I go to bed. What can I say? Sometimes getting old sucks, right, world? But it ain't so bad most of the time. But I thought we'd get started here today and have some fun. Okay, maybe not fun. We're going to be looking into some history, some crime, some archaeology, God knows what else. I just pulled up my Twitch. I haven't had a chance to update my YouTube files or go out and even look at YouTube to see what's out there new. So I'm still working on some videos I had pulled up earlier. And to be honest, it's been quite a few weeks. So I honestly don't remember everything I got pulled up here. But I figured we're going to start right out here today with something a little less intense. I actually enjoy the show The Brothers of Decay. They have their own YouTube channel.
Villa
They go out to these incredible abandoned mansions and villas and castles and other places and just investigate as much as they can. They do not truly harm anything. They might look at stuff, but they don't take anything or move anything to speak of other than to look at it. And they try to search the history of it a little bit. So not only do you get to see how these lives have, or these places have just been allowed to go to decay, often with their things right inside of them, never untouched or never touched again. And in this one, it's an Italian villa was abandoned due to a tragic accident, and the children never returned. So, like most, it's going to be a sad story.
Car accident in 2018.
Let's start this from the beginning here.
The owners of this incredible Italian villa tragically lost their lives in a car accident in 2018. And surprisingly, no one, not even their children, want anything to do with what they left behind. Riccardo and Elena, a devoted couple, lived in the house until 2015, when they grew too old to maintain it. Yet even after moving away, their attachment to the villa remained strong. Following their deaths, however, the house was abandoned, surrounded by unanswered questions.
Huh. I wonder why the
Elena
family
was a
never
strong,
got it.
passionate
Their
woman,
things.
actively serving on the board of a major Italian animal welfare organization. Her life revolved around protecting nature and animal rights. Riccardo, however, is more of a mystery. During our research, we found very little about him, suggesting that he may have held an important but discreet role. The house itself is a remarkable example of Italian style. Every wall is adorned with frescoes, while the rooms are filled with antiques and artistic treasures. Its timeless elegance reflects a dedication to beauty and craftsmanship that is rarely seen today. Why did they maintain their bond with the house after leaving it? And what events in their final years could have driven their children to distance themselves from their home and their parents' legacy?
Yeah, I just don't understand that.
Hey there everybody, welcome back to the Bros of DK. I am Leslie and we have a very beautiful villa today to show you. An incredible place left behind in Italy. A house, a villa I must say, left behind since 2015, and the former owners Riccardo and Elena tragically passed in the car accident in 2018, leaving this place literally forever with all its treasures inside. Let me take you and let me show you a little bit of the outside. It's a square building, a very typical Italian building. As you can see, lots of rooms, lots of windows throughout it. And they also have a very big property, a very big garden. There's one more thing that I have to show you here on the outside. And that is that they even have like a memorial plaque on the outside of the building saying that this place has been built in 1809 by, I don't speak Italian, but I think by a notable person. His initials are DB. I'm so excited to take you inside of here. Let's go. So even here on the outside of the place, you can see everything has been starting to overgrown. Plants are literally hugging the building, but I love the arch style design that we have here on the outside. Let's go in and let's check out this place. So I'm a bit skeptical because yesterday I literally closed the door when I left this place behind. And yeah, I'm just gonna see if everything is okay right now. I still hear the radio playing in the other room. This is the house that we're gonna show today. Okay, this is the entrance hall. Let's first go to the kitchen because, oh, that's creepy as hell. Literally the radio is still playing. Let me just turn it off. I don't know what's happening in this place, but definitely people or owners or somebody visits this on a regular basis, but doesn't close it at all. So let's just film this one. It's gonna be a very interesting one. As you've seen, we come here into the kitchen of the place.
Have they ever thought that maybe the deceased owners have come back? Maybe that's why the family never went back, is that, or that it was already haunted and that's why the kids didn't want nothing to do with it.
Where everything from these people is left behind. I love the fireplace that we have over here on this side. You can see
It must be from the original back before they had stoves.
Everything covering it. Even the last pieces of wood that they used to make fire with are still inside. Yeah. Even here in the corner of the kitchen, we have all the dishes left behind from Riccardo and Elena from the time when they still lived in this place. That's an absolutely crazy fact that I always see in these abandoned places. And even all their pottery and all their pots and pans, and even their meat cutter and everything is still left behind. It looks like they literally left this place in a hurry. And what is an Italian place without some authentic Italian pasta sauce? That's probably still good at this point, because it has literally not been that long that this place has been left. I love this entrance hall that they have over here. That's probably the dinner table that they all ate at when they still lived in this place. All the artifacts still standing on top of it. I love that squirrel. And the arch that we have over there leading in to the big space is also absolutely incredible. Come have a look over here to this side. They have like this built-in cabinet that's still completely filled with drinks and everything. and even like children's champagne. I don't know if this is a thing around the world, but in Europe, we give children champagne, but it's champagne without alcohol. It just looks like champagne, so they feel like they are also drinking together with their parents. Yeah, I always used to drink it when I was younger. It's actually pretty tasty. It tastes more like apple juice than anything, but like even wine and everything is still left in here. Quite cool. This looked like a building in Paris. Yeah, definitely these street artists and everything looks like Paris. Beautiful painting. Love it. Then from here you could go into the big space, but we'll leave that for a little bit later. Let's first head over to this side of the house, because here we also have a very interesting room. So I think Ricardo and Elena had grandchildren for sure, and this was most likely their playroom, as you can see. Over to this side, there's a lot of toys left behind of the children. There's balls, a kite, and everything is still left here in the corner. And on top of this beautiful bench that we have over here, these wonderful cushions and everything. Also a kicker's table here in the middle for the children to play football.
Hey, we call it foosball over here, but
at the mirror there,
same concept.
are absolutely incredible. Truly Italian style. This is actually a wonderful room, and I guess it was more like a lounging room back in the time before it became a room for the children. Come a little bit closer to this cabinet over here and just show the craftsmanship of these carvings.
It is incredible.
Wow.
The fact that that stuff is just let to go to rot. It's just so sad.
Things inside of here. The pipe that Ricardo used to smoke back in the time, still lying here. This bench, this salon that we have over here is also absolutely incredible. The velvet red on there. Beautiful piece. Unfortunately, it has deteriorated over time, so that's why they laid this blanket underneath it. Wow, what a room.
The villa's stunning frescoes are a testament to centuries of Italian artistic tradition. Birds, flowers, and intricate geometric designs adorn the walls, bringing nature indoors in a style that has defined Italian interiors since the Renaissance. These frescoes were not merely decorative, but carried symbolic meaning, representing harmony, prosperity, and the beauty of life. This artistic tradition flourished in the Renaissance, when wealthy families commissioned painters to create elaborate scenes reflecting both their status and cultural values. Over the centuries, the fresco technique evolved, emphasizing vibrant yet balanced imagery. In this villa, the artwork preserves that legacy, blending elegance with storytelling, where each brushstroke preserves the grandeur of Italy's artistic heritage.
Let me now show you this big part of the house here. We have the big living space of the house. It has changed, but it still looks like a beautiful space. The two rocking chairs still standing here, one from her, one from his, where they would be swinging together. Wow. If you come over here, you can see a couple of paintings on the wall, a tapestry hanging here, and even a beautiful hall tree. Lovely carvings on there, a wonderful piece of antique. This room is not much, but let's go further throughout this middle area here. There used to be all sofas and benches around here. They had beautiful artworks on the walls everywhere. I love this one as well. I don't know if it's a photo or a painting, but I do think it's a photo. And then over here, yet another playroom inside of this house. These people definitely loved their children. They have a ping pong table over here, even a bar over there in the corner with a fireplace and everything. And even a game over here that you can throw a ball like darts towards the wall. Cool. There's one more room down here that I have to show you. That's this one over here in the corner. And this is by far one of my favorite rooms in the entire house. It feels like it used to be a dining space for the family, a formal dining table here at the beginning, a beautiful leather upholstery chairs around it. Look at these masterpieces.
Pause for a second, folks. I'm guessing you can probably hear the sound of motors running outside my window. I am actually up on a second floor, but because my air conditioner's in the window, it allows sound to come through. And today is the day that my son is mowing lawn and that my husband is tilling the garden so that we can get everything done today because it's supposed to rain tonight. So, if this is overpowering, please forgive me, and let's try to get on with this, and hopefully it'll be done soon over on this side.
Incredible. A big drawing of an Italian town over here on the wall. And even still some plants standing in front of it. But I think the most striking piece of this whole room is by far the wing piano that's standing here at the back of the room.
They're so beautiful.
One of the family members would play on. It still seems in pristine condition. And it still functions, as you can see. Let's see if I can open this one up. Let me show you. All the strings and everything. Wow. What a beautiful, beautiful piece. Lots of books over here in the corner. Probably all dedicated to music, to art. There's nothing anymore in this one. No.
Please shut the piano again. Shut the piano again.
This is an icon of a French Marie Touchette, French historical icon. I'm not 100% sure what she did or who she is. She's definitely an influential figure from France. For some reason, there's also a lantern standing here in the room. Wow. I'm still trying to figure out what these people did for a living. I know for a fact that Elena, the woman of the house, she was part of animal welfare. She was actually on the board members, but I have not figured out what Ricardo was doing in his life. That doesn't seem to lead much. There are a lot of books about business and stuff like that, but I'm not 100% sure, so I'm still trying to figure out that story. Let's now go further throughout the house. So now I'm gonna take you upstairs in this household, and that's where the action is gonna happen. Because downstairs here, it feels to me like this was the part where they last lived, but upstairs is the part where it's still truly Italian style and where all the old heritage items from these people are left behind. We're gonna go up this beautiful staircase, but first I wanna have you have a look at the architecture in this place. The arch style, everything in this place is beautifully designed. But unfortunately, you can also see that the walls have started to crack and this place is falling apart. And this is going to be very evident when we get higher and higher in this house. A lovely Italian stairway like we always see. And I actually really like this middle part here. So this is in between the first and second floor of the household. And here we have like chairs standing. Probably when you were a little bit older, you could rest over here when you were going upstairs. Even some nice decoration.
No, it's like a little private sitting room usually.
In between here, we have a toilet over to this side. So halfway the stairway, there's a toilet. Wow, everything is still intact in here. Oh, I love the lantern as well here in this room, in the middle of the stairway. And from here, you can go up further, up to the next level of this place. Welcome inside.
Oh, wow.
the top floor of this place.
That is.
This is such a magical room, to my opinion. A very large room that I don't know what the purpose was. It might have been a dining room, it might have been a living room as well, a combination, but oh my, this room is absolutely incredible. In the middle of it, there's a beautiful golden chandelier hanging. Absolutely wonderful piece that we see in a lot of Italian buildings. There's no Italian building without a chandelier. And as you can see as well, the ceilings in here are absolutely incredible. Beautiful woodwork for these ones. Let's go around this room and let's show it off. I will start here over to this side with this beautiful upholstered red bench that we have. We've seen these benches already throughout the house. And they're definitely one of the items that the family really loved. And then over here, we have a wonderful white marble fireplace with a picture of a man above it. It's definitely not Ricardo. It might have been his father. Some decorations and flowers and everything. A drawer to this side with even another chandelier lying on top of it. Lovely painting as well. And then here in the middle of the room, we see that they literally had to stud the ceiling for it not caving in, because upstairs it's really starting to crack down. This place is slowly deteriorating and falling apart.
Sad.
And ever since they passed away, nothing has been done to it anymore. This is a very Italian feature. Above the door here, we have this sort of crown molding, but it's actually not crown molding, because in Italy sometimes they paint it and sometimes it's real crown molding, but in this case it's paint above the door. Wow, I love it. Let me take you in this room first, because this is one of the bedrooms from the upstairs. A typical Italian bedroom, as you can see, still made. The mattress is still on there, the pillows are still present. It's a beautiful bedroom that we have over here. A chair standing in the corner of the room, the upholstered chair, and even a hidden doorway over to this side that doesn't seem to want to open up anymore. No, it's completely stuck. Wow. I'm wondering who slept in this room, but it might be even the master bedroom of this place. If we come over to this side, above the bed, you can see a picture of a lady. Elena, perhaps, but I'm not 100% sure who this person was. Also a wonderful painting hanging here to this side. Wow. Even their clothing, a couple of pieces of it, is still left here in the wardrobe. But it's very logical, because they already moved out of this place in 2015 to go to a resting home. So they of course took all that things with them when they left. And then over to this side of the hallway, we have yet another room. And this for me feels more like a room where the grandchildren might have slept. You can see a little bed over there, but then also a big bed here in the middle of the room that feels truly Italian, but it has all these teddy bears and plushies lying on the bed, as you can see. What I really love about this bed is definitely the designs on the front. They have literally minerals or emeralds in the front here, embedded into it. It's so beautiful.
It's like opal.
And the headrest
Or-
is exactly the same.
I know it's not true opal, but
the room is a little bit messy. As you can see, there's literally bed frames and everything lying here in front of it. The nightstands are casually standing there in the corner. And over here we have a couple more pictures left behind. One of a young lady, probably one of the grandchildren of the family. And this seems like the same woman as we saw before.
maybe she was a fashion model back in her day.
Lovely room. Absolutely lovely room. Let's now go back into that grand hallway of this place. Over here to this side, I gotta show a couple more things. Look at these massive curtains that are hanging here. It looks like the same ones as we saw downstairs in the playroom of the children. Really love them. And I was already looking at this piece that is hanging here on the wall. It is a photo frame, but if you look at it closely, it looks like it's very unsharp because the quality is super bad. I don't know why they would hang. It's a beautiful painting, but I don't know why they would hang such a bad piece inside of their house. And then we have this bench underneath it, which I find very interesting because to me it looks more like a Portuguese antique piece, because I'm saying that because of the backrests that we have over here. The individual backrests on this piece. It's very beautiful though. And also the wallpaper. Oh no, whoa, this is not even wallpaper. Everybody, this is all painted. If you look closely, you can see it in detail. Everything in this room, all the walls, they're all painted. No wallpaper used at all. Wow, that is absolutely incredible. Another salon standing to this side. And then we have this massive cabinet over here, a centerpiece in the room. Nothing much on there anymore. A book, and then a little box over here. But what I found interesting is we still have this piece over here, and it says Elena. And this is actually the name tag of Elena, and she still worked on the board of directors of the Animal Welfare Association. And yeah, there's also a lot of documents throughout the house stating her work for this company or for this organization, and she definitely was very proud of her work, just like her mother as well, because her mother was also a businesswoman and also did a lot of charity, so she definitely inherited that from her mother. Here in the middle of the room, we also have a wonderful dining table. I don't know when this one was used. It's probably a very formal piece. Whenever something special was happening in their lives, they would do it here. I love these chairs. They also have like nice carvings over here at the top. And then one of the last pieces in the room that I want to show is this. I don't know what to call this piece of antique. It's like a side table slash mirror up top, beautifully designed. I love the carving of the woman's head at the top there. Wow. This is a wonderful piece of antique. If you look down here, you can even see that they made a shell in the bottom of it. This room literally blows my mind.
Yeah.
See if there's something on
The
this
fact
side.
that they left all these antiques just to go to rot, it just is sad.
She's SpongeBob from the children left there. Wonderful.
Yeah, but that one could rot, but
I'll take you in another very
come
special
on.
room inside of this house. And you can probably already imagine why I like it so much. Those paintings here on the wall are absolutely immaculate. Let's take a closer look at them. It's like a parrot that they painted here on the wall. Even the chain and the shadow of the chain and the shadow of the bird is beautifully painted. I really adore Italian style of houses just alone for all the paintings that they have on the walls. That truly makes these places special. The colors are so vibrant and so beautiful. And right underneath it, we have one of the desks where the former owners used to work.
That's weird, but those flowers look fresh.
Still here. Oh, watch out that I don't break it. Wow, love that desk. A chair that has seen better days over in that corner. Then here we have the accountancy desk with another beautiful art piece on the wall. And a diploma for somebody inside of the house, given in 1979. It's for Sandra, that's not the owners of this place, but it's for International Federation of Business Professional Women. So I don't know why that's here, or I don't know who this person is, but She maybe had something to do with the family. Maybe it's a granddaughter or a daughter or something like that. There's even another wonderful picture left over here. Then have a look at this salon over here in the corner. This looks so beautiful. You have like these, what looks like chairs or backrests of chairs worked into this piece. The beautiful carvings on top, the upholstery there, and this bench is still very, very pristine. It's a unique piece of antique that I've only seen a couple of times before while exploring. More birds on the wall. There's also a baby stroller inside of this room that for some weird reason has a plate with forks and knives inside of it. I mean, yeah, you can store it somewhere. Do you see the baby? And then we have this side over here, the table, and the bird on top of it that has completely deteriorated, as you can see. More birds painted on the wall here. Oh, there are also some really cool chairs next to this table here. Beautiful leather chairs. Wow. Okay, I want to check out this room as well. Because when I walked into this room, it felt like I came into the most modern room of the house. And also the room where probably Elena and Ricardo last lived. Because you can see the bed is still made with new bed sheets and everything. The slippers are still there.
You know, like I said, I understand they moved into a home before they moved. And then there was a tragic accident and they died. So I'm just really curious of why the family just wouldn't come here and take some of the antiques out.
There. It feels like a place where they might have lived as last. Some modern artwork over there on the wall. Wow. This very ugly lampshade here in the middle. Yeah. A bunch of chairs. I love that bench over here in the corner. And this chair over here is also very, very beautiful. Looks more
Oh
like
my
those Egyptian
God.
chairs to me. Wonderful piece of antique with the paws right underneath her.
Probably not very comfortable, but cool looking.
Even the vanity is left behind. Here we're gonna have to be a little bit more careful because, as I told you before, this building is literally collapsing and falling apart. And it's gonna be more and more evident the higher that we go in this place. I love the stairway that this building has. Even the plasterwork and everything is falling off here. But here you can literally see that the building is starting to fall apart. At the end of the video, we're also going to go up to the tower and show you that, because this building actually has a tower just like a castle. But here upstairs, we come to the attic where the family stored all their valuables, or the things that they didn't want anymore inside their house. A lot of beds and everything are left in here, like you can see. Frames and pieces of furniture. And then we come here to this room. And this seems to be really an Italian thing, because I found a lot of Italian houses that actually store wine barrels at the top of the house on the attic. Because normally when I'm exploring in different countries like France or Portugal, the wine barrels are always stored. Oh, there's like a chunk in here. The wine barrels are always stored in the basement, but in Italy, they are stored on the attic. This wine hasn't been in here for a very long time, but it still smells. It protrudes your nose. If you go over to that side of the room, you can also see there's these boxes, or these cardboard boxes filled still with bottles of wine. Hundreds and hundreds of bottles of wine are still left here on the attic. Even on this side, Here's one still with a label on it from 1964. This wine is almost 60, 70 years old right now. Côte du Rhône. That's one of my favorite wines. It's actually a French wine. Crazy how all of that is literally left here on the attic. This side, do we have anything interesting? Oh, this used to be a bedroom. Have a look at that. There's a complete bed over there in the corner with mattress and everything on top of it.
Servants' quarters, maybe?
Oh, look at that. That's beautiful. Okay. Now the real adventure is going to start because we're going to climb the stairs to the tower of this place, which is going to be super interesting.
Yeah, there's holes in the ceiling
apart.
there.
Okay, I literally already feel it cracking underneath my feet. Oh, be very careful going up here, please.
Kruger, lay down, be quiet.
Whoa. Whoa. Can I help you? Okay, let's go. Yes. And here's the first level of the tower. It doesn't look very stable anymore, but we can go even one more higher. But yeah, let's be very careful in doing that. Are you safe with doing that? Or should I go myself? Yeah? Okay. I think it's okay. It feels okay. Yes. Up. Okay. That's my friend Neko. Let's go up. Whoa. You have a spectacular view from up here over the surrounding area. Absolutely incredible. Okay, I'm gonna hand you the camera. And with this amazing view, we're gonna end this video. I wanna thank you all so much for watching. This story was absolutely incredible. Very tragic, but something that had to be documented. If you like this video, please like the video, subscribe to the channel, and write a nice comment down there. Also check out Neko behind the camera. Her link is in the description, and there's also a link in the description how you can support.
Now, keep in mind, that was, again, the Brothers of Decay. So if you like their video, like I said, go over to, they do this, have quite a few of them. You can like, subscribe, or whatever to their channel. At this moment, I'm going to take a second to give some heads up and some thank yous to a few people. First of all, Wake and Bake 507. He's got his own Twitch stream. He does all his other own stuff. He's got, as Wake and Bake, he has music on Spotify. But he is also my editorial and electronic savior. He takes care of everything. He keeps my streams up and running. He makes sure I got all the equipment going. He does it all. And I can't thank him enough because he knows what an idiot I am and how bad me and computers seem to not get along. So he tries to make it as idiot-proof as possible. And this idiot still finds ways to mess it up sometimes. So props to him for not going absolutely insane. I want to give a thumbs up to my husband, who is downstairs working his ass off out in this heat and sun while I'm up here sitting in this nice cool room doing a Twitch and YouTube stream. You guys are all very much understanding of how appreciative something like that can be. And y'all talk about my crazy life where we're all mad here and my neat little tapestry that I have. That was drawn by 8 Legs with a Z. And you can find tapestries and stuff that he has created and other ones at wazshop.com, WAZSHOP.co, not com, sorry. wazshop.co. So, those are my thumbs up for all of the people who are helping me out writing around here or who I'm using their stuff. I want to thank all of the creators of the videos I do for giving me this opportunity to react to their videos. And I want to thank all of you, followers, lurkers, anyone. Feel free to come in, take a peek at my channel. If you don't like what you see, that's cool. Go on to something else. There's a million channels out there. If you do like what you see, give me a thumbs up. Give me a follow maybe or a subscribe. As you know, I do not go in and research the videos I look at. I don't even research the places or anything ahead of time. I go, wow, this looks weird. Yeah, this looks cool. And this is what I do. Okay? So my next video I pull up is from Map Pack. Now, I have not gone to them before, so we will have to see what comes up here. If you like them, again, give them a subscribe and a thumbs up for the video and any others you may choose to watch. If you have recommendations for me on some of these, put them on the chat. I will check them out at a later date and see if I can actually play them. But right now, they get a like and a subscribe from me just because I'm sitting here using their material to check something out. Now, the name of this video is Workers Vanished. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Workers vanished building this. What really happened? Well, first of all, what were they building and so on and so forth. That's our learning curve for today. What were they building and where did the workers go?
A man's hands tremble as he gingerly inserts nitroglycerin into a hole drilled in the rock. Suspended high above the treacherous Sierra Nevada wilderness in a basket woven from reeds, he gazes up at the sheer, unforgiving granite cliff face towering above him. The hiss of a match is followed by the sputter of a fuse catching flame. He sends his signal, a loud whistle, for the men holding the basket to begin pulling him up.
Right.
He can only hope that they heard him over the wind as the fire begins creeping towards the explosives. But the basket doesn't move. He whistles again as the flame continues to move closer and closer to the hole in the cliff, but still his basket doesn't move. His pulse pounds in his ears. He whistles frantically and begins to shout. What could be happening? What could be happening? Is this how it will end for him? Blown apart on the side of a cliff in the middle of nowhere, 1,000 miles from his home? But then a sudden tug on the rope jolts him back to hope. The basket begins to ascend, agonizingly, achingly slow. His eyes shut tight. He braces for the explosion, his breath caught in his chest, wondering if he'll make it out alive. The construction of the Transcontinental Railroad was a feat of human might, ambition, and engineering, as well as...
Okay. Transcontinental Railroad. They were definitely right about the ambition engineering feats. And again, now the corruption, death, and pain given to people is just about as bad. So, but when the workers vanished, what happened to them? Because there were a lot that were basically almost no more than slave labor, as far as like the Chinese workers that were brought in and so on and so forth.
a story of unbelievable corruption and death. Today, we're going to dive into the brave people, the great race, and the horrific tragedies that created the railroad which connected the entire United States. Come along to discover the story of how the Transcontinental Railroad was built. Long before California became a part of the United States, one man envisioned a radical idea that would change the course of history. Merchant Asa Whitney dreamed of a railroad connecting the West Coast to the rest of the country. In 1844, while returning from a trade expedition to China, Whitney had an epiphany. What if America could build a railroad stretching east to west and open up the enormous trade possibilities with the Chinese market? Back then, a trip from New York to the west coast of the United States meant one of three things. One choice was sailing to the Isthmus of Panama, unloading yourself and your cargo, trekking across the sweltering, dangerous jungle by land, and then reloading everything on another ship to continue the voyage. Another was to embark on a months-long sea voyage, enduring rough waters and freezing winds as you sailed all the way around the southern tip of South America, Cape Horn. The third option was to brave the Oregon Trail, a grueling overland trek filled with treacherous terrain, harsh weather, and the constant risk of exhaustion or attack. Ships took 43 days from New York to San Francisco through the Isthmus and 198 days from New York to Monterey around South America's Cape Horn. Survival was not guaranteed, as Cape Horn's waters famously wrecked over 800 ships since the 1500s. The Oregon Trail was also fraught with danger. The journey was long, taking 4 to 6 months on average. If travelers didn't die of cholera or dysentery, there was a chance of starvation or freezing to death. Asa Whitney knew there must be a better way to go west. So, in 1845, he petitioned Congress for land along a route west from Lake Michigan to build his railroad, and promised that it would be self-financing. Settlers would buy up land along the railroad tracks, and that money would go to construction. When Congress reviewed Asa Whitney's bold proposal, they didn't just reject it. They dismissed it as pure fantasy. The first steam train in the US had only started operating in 1830. And it trundled along 13 miles of track from Baltimore to some local mills. The idea of building a railroad across the entire, vast, little understood western US seemed outlandish. But Asa Whitney was not one to give up easily. Undeterred by rejection, he embarked on a relentless 6-year publicity campaign, tirelessly advocating for his vision of a transcontinental railroad. Yet, despite his determination, Congress rejected his proposal one final time in 1851. Whitney walked away, never knowing that his dream, dismissed as impossible, would soon inspire others to turn it into reality. In 1848, the discovery of gold in the West set off a frenzy.
Yep.
Thousands of prospectors flooded into California, chasing dreams of fortune and a better life. Among those watching the chaos unfold was businessman Charles Lincoln Wilson, who realized something critical. The West needed a way to connect to these bustling hubs. A railroad wasn't just an idea anymore, it was a necessity. In 1854, he hired a young railroad surveyor out of New York, Theodore Judah, to go out to California and figure out how to build it. No one knew that this small project would turn into something much bigger, and Judah's name would go down in history. Under Judah's direction, the Sacramento Valley Railroad was built, linking the goldfields to Sacramento. And through that, the young engineer realized he wanted to take on a much bigger project, the Transcontinental Railroad. He proposed his plan to Washington, but though Congress was more open to the idea now, they had a different issue with it. Northern politicians fiercely opposed any route through the South, fearing it would enrich the slave-owning states that were already threatening secession. Meanwhile, Southern politicians refused to support a northern route, unwilling to hand economic power to their ideological enemy.
Okay, now, I know it's North and South, but doesn't that sound like Republican and Democrat? Now, you can't have it because it gives you too much power. Well, you can't have it because it gives you too much power, so we can't have a compromise. Now, eventually, these guys created a compromise. And I want you to think about it. They had a civil war. Do we actually need another civil war before our government starts working together to make things happen for the people? I realize these are businessmen making sure this is happening, but there's more to it than that. That Transcontinental Railroad had everything to do with how our world works today, as far as being able to go around everywhere. Without them proving they could build that railroad, the highway systems we have in more modern times would have never been attempted. And we would not have ever had the infrastructure we do now, because as much as I hate to admit it, it was the gold rush mining towns, it was the railroads that created our infrastructures to start with. The government did not. These were privately started.
Desperate to break the deadlock, Judah proposed a daring compromise, a
Government
railroad
just
along the
stepped in when it
41st
would work.
parallel, splitting the difference between north and south. But when the politicians heard his plan, it was immediately dismissed. Judah's line would have to cross several deep ravines and go right through the granite Sierra Nevada mountain range. It would require an engineering accomplishment that had literally never been done before in the US. But Judah was convinced his route was best. He just needed to find a way to cross the steep, unruly Sierras. Chance brings him a Dutch flat storekeeper named Daniel Doc Strong, who told Judah he knew the best way to cross the mountains, through the Donner Pass. Judah checked the site and realized he had found his path, but there was still the problem of funding. In 1860, he lobbied the businessmen of Sacramento for funds, and eventually found 4 visionaries who shared his belief in the railroad's potential: Charles Crocker, Leland Stanford, Collis Huntington, and Mark Hopkins. Together, they became known as the Big Four. Judah was promised an equivalent number of shares as the businessmen, but their working relationship would soon turn sour. However, on the political side, a big breakthrough came about. On July 1st, 1862, President Lincoln signed the Pacific Railway Act. Trying to keep afloat in the middle of the Civil War, Lincoln believed a transcontinental railroad would unite the country, joining East and West and proving the U.S. could function as a whole. Also, a recent, surprising important invention had come about that would allow the railroad to be built: the telegraph. The first transcontinental telegraph line was completed in 1861. It allowed almost instantaneous communication between engineers, company leaders, and workers in the field could now communicate across vast distances with precision. It was a feat that had been unthinkable just a few years earlier. Judah was exhilarated by the passage of the Railway Act, but knew there was still a lot of work ahead. He telegraphed his part.
I just think that telegraph machines and the invention of the telegraph in general and having it strung up is our equivalent to the early telephone system, of course. In fact, I think it was actually, most of them were lined along the telegraph lines because they were a joint communication item. And now, I mean, it still took a day for this to transfer all the way across and for the information to go back and forth. Where now, in seconds, we pick up the phone, we hit a button, we can be talking to someone, we can face-to-face on computer times and phones. And it took these earliest inventions to make our modern lazy lives as perfect as they are and as imperfect as they are.
Partners and said, "We have drawn the elephant. Now let us see if we can harness him up." The Pacific Railway Act stated that 2 companies would build the railroad, one heading east from Sacramento and the other heading west from the Missouri River. According to the act, companies could claim subsidies in the form of bonds and federal lands. They stood to gain 6,400 acres for every mile of track laid, $16,000 in bonds per mile in subsidies for flatland, $32,000 per mile laid in foothills, and $48,000 per mile laid in mountainous terrain. At that time, $48,000 was equal to almost $1.4 million in today's money. These incentives ignited a fierce competition between two railroad companies, each racing to lay track faster and farther than the other. The prize? Vast stretches of land and lucrative government bonds that could make or break their fortunes. Lincoln approved a planned route suggested by engineer Grenville Dodge that would start from Council Bluffs, Iowa, and head west along the North Fork in Nebraska. These plans would soon be challenged due to one man's greed. But for now, the stage was set for one of the greatest competitions the world had ever seen. On January 8, 1863, the Central Pacific Railroad, the CPRR, broke ground in Sacramento on the line that would connect the entire United States. Later that same year in December, the Union Pacific Railroad, the UPRR, would celebrate its own launch going westwards from Omaha, Nebraska. The race to build the Transcontinental Railroad was on. Though CPRR had a head start, they also had a drawback. The western route had significantly harder terrain, including ravines and mountains. But the first hiccup happened on the Union Pacific side, and it was a major one. Even though the company celebrated the start of its work in December of 1863, it didn't actually lay its first track until July 10th, 1865. The primary cause of these delays was Thomas C. Durant, a local businessman and former doctor. Durant circumvented regulations limiting stock purchases, acquiring a majority stake in Union Pacific. Once in control, he focused on leveraging the company to serve his own financial interests, delaying progress on the project. Durant first used his influence to move the starting point of the railroad to Omaha, where he had business interests, raising questions from his head engineer. Starting from Omaha also sidestepped having to build a river bridge from Council Bluffs to Omaha. And this was far from the only controversial action Durant would take. Unwilling to risk his own money on the railroad's construction, Durant created a company called Credit Mobilier of America to absorb the financial risk. While it appeared to be an independent contractor, Credit Mobilier was in reality a front managed by Union Pacific investors, including Durant himself, several other businessmen, and even members of Congress. The company charged the government ridiculously high fees in order to pocket the difference and ensure investors would make money off each day of construction before the railroad was even completed. Meanwhile, the ongoing Civil War tied up most of the private capital that the company was counting on to help fund the railroad. While the Central Pacific Company was making better progress, it was slow going. The railroad had to make its way through the 14,000-foot-plus Sierra Nevada range, made mostly of granite. Corruption also wasn't limited to the eastern side of the railroad. On the western front, tensions grew within the Central Pacific, as Judah and the Big Four found themselves increasingly at odds. Judah discovered that his partners were exploiting loopholes, awarding lucrative contracts to their own businesses, and manipulating facts to inflate their profits. The Big Four quickly realized how to manipulate the Pacific Railway Act grant system for greater profit. By claiming that the Sierra foothills began several miles earlier than they actually did, they secured more money from the government. Under the grant system, tracks laid in foothills earned double the bonds of those on flat land. With the American West still largely unsurveyed and poorly understood at the time, there was little scrutiny of their claims, allowing them to exploit the system without challenge. Judah spoke out forcefully against the growing corruption within the Central Pacific, refusing to remain silent as his partners exploited the project for personal gain. His resistance, however, was met with a stark ultimatum: align with their schemes or sell his stake in the company, despite the fact that the railroad had been his vision from the beginning. Determined to take back control, Judah made the arduous journey across the Isthmus of Panama in 1863 to reach New York, where he hoped to find new investors who shared his commitment to the project's integrity. Unfortunately, he would never make it back to see his dream become a reality. He contracted yellow fever in Panama, becoming sick for weeks before eventually dying in a hotel room in New York. The Central Pacific Railroad was now encountering a far greater obstacle, a severe labor shortage. The grueling work conditions, endless hours under scorching valley suns and in freezing mountain winds, with no clear end date in sight, made it nearly impossible to attract workers. The uncertainty of how many years the construction might last only compounded the difficulty, as few were willing to endure such punishing environments for an indefinite period. By early 1865, the Big Four estimated they needed 4,000 workers to meet the demands of construction. Yet at any given time, they had only 800 laborers, the majority of whom were Irish immigrants. As the railroad pushed eastward toward the California-Nevada border, the labor shortage worsened. Many workers, tempted by the prospect of striking it rich in nearby gold and silver mines, abandoned their posts in droves, leaving the Central Pacific scrambling to keep construction on track. Laborers also started demanding more money, putting a further strain on finances. By 1865, the labor shortage had reached a crisis point, leaving foremen and owners at a loss for solutions. It was then that Charles Crocker, one of the Big Four, proposed an idea to work manager James Strobridge: hire some of the thousands of Chinese immigrants living in California. Strobridge, however, resisted the idea. His stubbornness, combined with deeply ingrained prejudices, led him to dismiss the Chinese workers as unfit for such demanding labor. But seeing no other solution, Strobridge relented and hired 50 Chinese men on a trial basis. Eventually, Chinese people would make up the majority of Central Pacific Railroad workers, some of them brought directly from China. The Chinese workers faced appalling treatment on the railroad. Initially paid $27 a month, later increased to $30, they were required to cover the cost of their own room and board. In contrast, Irish workers earned $35 a month, with room and board fully provided. To accommodate cultural preferences, the Chinese workers had supplies brought in from cities like San Francisco, as the standard meals of boiled meat and potatoes provided to the Irish were unappealing to them. The owners, however, viewed this disparity as a strategic advantage. They noted that the Irish workers, fearing replacement by the Chinese laborers, stopped demanding higher wages, effectively suppressing calls for better pay across the workforce. Now the workers had a huge task in front of them. 15 tunnels needed to be blasted through the mountains. Workers first started constructing tunnels using hand tools like hammers and chisels.
Well, I'd like to say that such exploitation of workers is stopped, but we have found out, when the migrants were pushed back, even those that were legal, that we suddenly ended up with a labor shortage in areas. Maybe we should quit treating our migrants so shitty. And because, quite bluntly, we've proven that they're already treated like shit amongst the workforce. The government should be protecting them, not exploiting them or trying to send them away when they know no one to do the jobs for what the orchards and different produce places could afford to pay for such workers. And then when you have the legals that are being not illegal, but legal aliens being harassed as well, it's really freaking sad.
Managers quickly realized this method would severely delay progress, but thankfully, a new substance had just made the papers. On Monday, April 16, 1866, a worker at the San Francisco Wells Fargo building attempted to open a leaking crate. Moments later, the building was obliterated in a massive explosion that killed everyone inside and shook structures several yards away. Inside the crate was nitroglycerin. This volatile substance, invented in 1847 and recently refined by Alfred Nobel, was a groundbreaking but deadly new product. Its power was unmatched, but so was its unpredictability. The news of the devastating nitroglycerin explosion in San Francisco reached the Central Pacific executives and inspired a dangerous idea. They realized this volatile substance could be used to blast through the granite walls blocking their progress. To carry out the plan, Chinese workers crafted baskets using traditional reed weaving methods and were lowered in them over sheer granite cliffs, dangling thousands of feet above the ground. Suspended in
That
midair,
alone,
they
screw
chiseled
me.
holes into the rock,
I
inserted
couldn't do it.
nitroglycerin and black powder, lit the fuse, and trusted their co-workers holding the ropes to pull them up in time. Tragically, mistakes were common, and death became an all too frequent part of the job. Of all the obstacles, the Donner Pass was the most difficult of all. Workers had to burrow through 1,659 feet, or over 500 meters of solid granite, the length of over 1.5 Eiffel Towers, all at an altitude of 7,000 feet. As snow pummeled them during the winter, work progressed slowly, 14 inches or 35 centimeters a day, as workers struggled to break the rock. Meanwhile, below freezing temperatures and avalanches killed dozens, if not hundreds. Faced with the immense challenge of tunneling through the granite at Donner Summit Pass, workers devised an innovative solution. They dug a 75-foot vertical shaft straight down into the tunnel. This alone took 3 grueling months to complete. Once the shaft was finished, it allowed teams to dig from the inside out as well as from the outside in, effectively doubling the rate of construction. Progress increased to 28 inches a day, a significant improvement in one of the most challenging sections of the railroad. All in all, the construction of the pass cost between $150,000 and $1 million per mile. To top it off, the crew also had to build tall wooden snow sheds over a distance of 40 miles to keep the construction and track area clear of avalanches and snowdrifts, which could get to dozens of feet high. After 15 grueling months, the Donner Pass summit tunnels had been completed. But Chinese workers decided they had had enough of risking their lives, terrible working conditions, and lesser pay than their white co-workers. They went on strike. In a shockingly inhumane move, company managers withheld food until the strike broke. But it was the first sign of many to come that foreign workers would not take exploitation lying down. While the Central Pacific Railroad was moving agonizingly slowly, the Union Pacific finally got around to starting. In 1864, Congress amended the Pacific Railway Act to make more money and land available to the companies working on the track. They also extended the deadline for the first 50-mile section of track needed to qualify for the land grant to 1865. This gave Union Pacific the money to start work again. One of the other problems that had stalled construction from Omaha was a lack of labor. It was harder to get Chinese people from China to the Missouri River, so UPRR couldn't follow Central Pacific's solution. But once the Civil War ended, a whole lot of soldiers found themselves out of the army and jobless. Newly freed Black Americans also needed work. Seizing the chance, UPRR hired Civil War veterans and Black Americans, along with Irish, Italian, and German immigrants from the Northeast, to fill its labor force and push construction forward. Although the workers from Union Pacific had the advantage of crossing the seemingly endless flat plains of the Midwest, the terrain presented its own set of challenges. First, laying track required vast amounts of timber and other resources. These materials had to be transported from the Missouri River across great distances to reach the construction sites on the prairies, creating significant logistical challenges. Workers also faced frequent attacks from Native American tribes. For the indigenous peoples of the plains, the railroad symbolized a direct threat to their lands, resources, and way of life, further straining relations that were already fractured. By the mid-19th century, the US government's policies toward indigenous populations, such as the forced removal of tribes from their ancestral lands, exemplified by the Trail of Tears, had created deep mistrust and hostility. This tension often boiled over into violent conflict.
Yeah, that's one thing most people don't remember or don't realize. We have brought up the Trail of Tears, where the Navajos were pushed from their land to a different place, to the reservation. But almost every tribe that went through this relocation were taken from, say, from a swampland and put out on a prairie or a desert land people who were mountainous were put out in flatlands where they didn't know. Forest dwellers were put on flat. I mean, they made sure that these people had no real concept of the environment they were being put into because it was so different from the one that was in their land. I swear to God, we were just hoping to kill everyone off in a quick flash. They were hoping they'd just all die off, not understanding that they had enough abilities and knowledge to still get by. And we can applaud all those tribes that did happen to survive and mourn those that we happened to destroy outright.
Confrontations along the railroad's path. Native Americans were justifiably suspicious of this new government-spearheaded project crossing their lands. They thought the railroad would pose a threat to their lands and way of life. Unfortunately, they had no idea just how correct they were. To the railroad companies, indigenous peoples were viewed as obstacles to progress. In response to frequent raids, the U.S. government deployed military leaders like General William Tecumseh Sherman to suppress resistance and protect the construction efforts. Sherman's approach to indigenous resistance was marked by brutal and unapologetic violence. His infamous quote from 1867 encapsulates his attitude, quote, "The more we can kill this year, the less will have to be killed the next year." Skirmishes along the railroad construction route were frequent, as the U.S. Army clashed with Sioux, Arapaho, and Cheyenne tribes whose lands were being encroached upon. The U.S. military also enlisted the aid of Pawnee warriors, who had long-standing conflicts with some of the other tribes in the region. These battles often escalated into horrific tragedies. One of the most infamous was the Sand Creek Massacre in Colorado, where U.S. Army forces attacked a Cheyenne village, killing an estimated 150 to 200 people, many of them women and children. In retaliation, Cheyenne warriors launched an attack on soldiers stationed at Fort Rankin in Julesburg, Colorado, intensifying the cycle of violence along the construction route. As the tracks crossed west, Native Americans also sabotaged railroad work. They derailed handcars, turned up the tracks themselves and piled ties between them to create blockades, and attacked white settlements that had sprung up along the route. As the tracks crossed west, temporary towns sprung up following the railroad workers. They had blacksmith shops,
Crazy part is the town I grew up in, and near, because I was a farm girl to start with. The small town I grew up with, the family who I would say started the town, all there had been there was a water station because it was near a slough, so they could pull up water for the train. So it just had a depot stop for, I suppose, the guys to get something to eat or whatever. And then as things progressed, it became a real depot, but a family got off the train with all their goods. He was a merchant. He picked that site because it was a railroad stop. Built a store. They lived in the back part of the store until the store was built, and then moved into a home they built. And then as their family grew up, the merchant built houses for his other two children, and of course other towns and businesses and stuff grew up around their school. It's now back down to little or nothing, but it's strange about how all that works. That I actually do totally understand the fact that they had a railroad, that town sprung up around them, because the town I grew up in was one of those.
Doctors' offices and other stores sometimes set up in temporary wooden structures, other times in tents. But they became famous for their less wholesome offerings, mostly gambling and prostitution. These settlements were nicknamed Hell on Wheels towns, as they catered to groups of young single men with money in their pocket and nothing to do after work. Some of those temporary settlements turned into major towns across the Great Plains, like Cheyenne and Laramie in Wyoming. At this point, despite their late start, the Union Pacific Company was moving 4 times as fast as the Central Pacific, so the Central Pacific became even more determined to catch up. In 1866, Congress amended the Pacific Railway Act again and set the specific meeting point aside. They told the companies to just build as much railway as they could. The company that built the most would get the most money and land. This put the competition between the two companies into overdrive. The Union Pacific decided to set a record, laying 8 miles of track in one day. Central Pacific heard about this accomplishment thanks to the magic of the telegraph and decided they would lay 10 miles in one day to beat their rivals. 8 workers placed over 3,500 rails down, while their co-workers drove around 28,000 spikes and laid 25,800 ties down at the same time. Each spike usually took about a minute for a skilled worker to drive into the ground, so the output that day was equal to almost 20 days of work by a single worker. But even with this new incentive, the landscape of the West was still daunting. Big
Yes.
challenges lay ahead, namely in the ravines and rivers that had to be crossed. Most bridge construction at the time wasn't meant to carry steam locomotives full of passengers and cargo. Those wooden crossings would buckle immediately on the first train ride. The engineers needed a new design. Thankfully, William Howe had patented a new truss design for bridges that could carry heavy loads. It used a relatively small amount of wood for the support it provided, and added iron into the mix. Workers would construct wood and iron triangles stacked against each other in an interlocking way that provided major support to even the tallest, longest bridges of the time. The CPRR, eager to secure more money and land, often faced delays in receiving iron for construction. As a result, some of their bridges, designed to include iron for structural support, were instead built hastily with wood. This shortcut wasn't unique to CPRR. Union Pacific faced similar challenges. Bridges like the Dry Creek Bridge built by CPRR and the Dale Creek Bridge by UPRR were among those that had to be rebuilt with iron after the railroad's completion to ensure long-term safety. Once the Central Pacific cleared the almost impenetrable Sierras, their work advanced quickly against the relatively flat Great Basin. Union Pacific, meanwhile, had stalled in mountains northeast of the Great Salt Lake. As Central Pacific workers advanced rapidly toward Utah, their progress only intensified the rivalry with Union Pacific. Both companies were eager to outpace the other, and neither could agree on a meeting point. In their determination to claim as much land and funding as possible, both companies began surveying and even grading land beyond each other's completed tracks. Had they not been forced to stop, they likely would have continued building right past one another, ignoring the original goal of a unified railroad. So, in March 1869, with the two tracks just miles apart, President Ulysses S. Grant threatened to withhold funds until Central and Union Pacific agreed on a meeting point. They finally decided on the Promontory Summit. On May 10, 1869, as workers laid down the last set of tracks, the trains that had been following just behind them inched towards each other. To commemorate the joining of the tracks, a 17.6-carat golden spike was created, a gift from a California businessman to mark the historic occasion. Leland Stanford, one of the Big Four, was given the honor of driving the final spike. However, in a less than graceful moment, his swing missed and struck the tie instead. Thomas Durant, arriving hungover, made his attempt next, but failed to connect with the spike entirely. In the end, it was a railroad worker who stepped in to complete the task, ensuring the tracks were finally joined, a moment symbolic of the labor and effort that truly built the railroad. The Transcontinental Railroad was complete. All in all, Union Pacific had laid down over 1,086 miles of track from Omaha, and Central Pacific had laid down 690 miles of track from Sacramento. History was made. The completion of the Transcontinental Railroad transformed life in the United States, reshaping the nation's economy, society, and geography in ways that are difficult to fully grasp today. It connected coasts, opened new frontiers, and fueled unprecedented growth and prosperity, laying the foundation for the modern United States. resources, goods, and people started shuttling back and forth between the two coasts of the country at a scale never seen before, and at a cost 85% lower than traveling by stagecoach. A relatively risky trip that had previously taken months was now reduced to just 1 week. In 1870, a trip from New York to San Francisco took 5 to 7 days on the train, and tickets sold for $65 a person, or $136 for first class. Previously, people spent almost $1,000 to go west from New York, and the journey took 3 times longer than Columbus's first trip to America. California turned from being a semi-frontier country to one of the most economically important states of the US. Many western and midwestern states became more populated by European Americans and immigrants, as over 7,000 hell-on-wheels towns, water stops, and Union Pacific depots grew into permanent cities and villages. The completion of the Transcontinental Railroad brought about an unexpected innovation: time zones. Before the railroad, over 8,000 towns in the western US operated on their own local time. This patchwork of local times made coordinating train schedules nearly impossible. To solve this, the railroad industry pushed the country to adopt standard time zones. But perhaps most impressively of all, the railroad united the US as a country, mentally as much as physically. The cross-country journey that used to be so
So we have the railroads to blame for the whole time zone thing. Now I realize our times would be off, but it's what made us rely on clocks and instead of the sun and common sense and addition, adding and subtracting. Okay, it's like, looks like it's about right. Straight up noon here, it'd be about this time back that way.
Intimidating became a short trip, making East and West seem much closer, as well as be much closer than ever before. But the human cost of the project was tragic. While companies didn't keep good records of deaths and injuries on the job, historians estimate that between 1,000 and 1,200 workers died during the construction of the Transcontinental Railroad. Most of them were Chinese workers, who were discriminated against and tasked with the most dangerous jobs. Worst of all, the fears of Native American tribes in the area came to pass in horrific ways. White settlements flooded into previously native land, creating more government pressure on indigenous people to move, and more conflict between settlers and Native Americans. The railroad also decimated local buffalo populations, a major source of food, clothing, and other life-sustaining products for prairie tribes. Buffalo wouldn't cross the track, which cut off a lot of access to food and water. Furthermore, companies started advertising buffalo hunting expeditions out west, many of them taking place from the train itself, with people shooting at herds from the comfort of their seat. This wiped out millions of buffalo, leading to their near extinction by the end of the 19th century. With their local source of food and income devastated, the tribes were weakened and unable to mount much resistance to the white settlers overrunning their lands. As far as the men who completed the railroad, it took over a century for the contribution of immigrant workers, especially Chinese laborers and Black Americans, to truly be acknowledged. In the celebratory photos taken at Promontory Point, almost all non-white laborers are out of frame. The railroad to the outside world seemed to be the accomplishment of mostly white Americans, even though it was anything but. Between 13,000 and 20,000 Chinese workers are estimated to have contributed to the construction of the Transcontinental Railroad. Despite their critical role in completing this monumental project and enduring years of discrimination, their efforts were not met with gratitude, but with further injustice. In 1882, the Chinese Exclusion Act was passed, barring Chinese immigrants from becoming U.S. citizens. This act marked the first major federal law to restrict immigration based on nationality, further marginalizing the very workers who had helped shape the nation's future. The Transcontinental Railroad was a massive achievement and awe-inspiring accomplishment that changed the course of history, though it didn't happen without long-reaching negative effects and a significant dark side. Thanks for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you want to see more videos like this, then please consider.
Well, Well, that was quite interesting. Not all what I expected. Like I said, this is why I do not look in ahead at what I'm doing. It's so I actually learned something. I think that was quite unique. I mean, of course, I knew about the Transcontinental Railroad and the basics. I knew the Chinese immigration problem. I didn't know there was an exclusion act that they couldn't actually become citizens. I do not remember that, though I'm sure I probably was taught it at some point. It's hard to say. Back when I was a kid, they whitewashed history worse than they have ever, more than they're trying to do now in modern times. At least in the history books. So, yeah, I did not realize this was going to be on the Transcontinental Railroad, and I think I want to kind of learn more about what happened to those workers, but I guess we're not doing that today. There it is. Like I said, I'm trying to get a little bit of history here, there, and everywhere. This one, since it talked about Indigenous Americans and Indigenous peoples in general.
Most of the world didn't have it.
Stop. Thank you. So what I did is I went to the Ultimate Discovery Channel and picked out one. It's the Mystery of Type O Blood, Indigenous Heritage in the Americas. Now, I'm a Type O. And though I did not know or was not for sure that I had any indigenous blood in me, it is not a true surprise. It was a probable, but no, I had no actual historical fact. You know, back in the day, God forbid, one of the trappers that first came over would have found an indigenous woman to have as his wife so that we could, you know. But, like I said, we are going to listen, and it's actually 27 minutes long, but I think learning a little bit about how blood types are created and what got them started seems to be a good thing. Now, at the same time, I'm going to sneak off and grab myself a cola. But again, if anyone would like to chat with me, feel free. I'm online. We can sit and visit while I'm live, or you can leave messages if you watch my streams at a later time.
Most of the world didn't have it until colonization started in the 15th century.
And it's the one blood type that is least likely to mutate or interact with other blood types.
In the heart of the Americas lies a profound enigma that has puzzled scientists and historians for centuries. It's a mystery that traces back through the annals of time, whispered in the legends of ancient civilizations, and etched into the very bloodlines of indigenous peoples. The Type O blood, a genetic anomaly, has been found to hold within its crimson depths the secrets of a lineage as ancient as the continent itself. But what exactly makes this blood type so unique? Is it merely a quirk of genetics, or does it hold the key to unlocking the secrets of our ancestors? Join us as we unravel the history and mystery of Type O blood, an indigenous heritage in the Americas. The basics of blood. The vital essence that flows through our veins, known as blood, is not just essential for keeping us alive, it tells a remarkable story about our history, genetics, and evolution. At the core of this narrative lies the blood group system, which categorizes human blood into 4 main types: A, B, AB, and O. These types depend on whether specific antigens are present on the surface of our red blood cells. Antigens are proteins and sugars that decorate these cells and can trigger reactions from our immune system. Types A and B have their respective antigens, while AB has both, and O lacks them entirely. O blood, often referred to as the universal donor, is precious in emergencies and transfusions because it minimizes the risk of rejection in recipients with different blood types. Interestingly, O blood is more prevalent among indigenous peoples of the Americas. One reason for this wide extension could be the evolutionary advantages it offers. O blood, lacking A and B antigens, may have a reduced risk of hosting certain diseases, providing a survival edge. Some studies even suggest that O blood might offer more protection against severe diseases like malaria. While this theory aligns more with blood type distribution in Africa, it still adds to the complexity of the story. Examining the distribution of blood types among different populations reveals a captivating tale of human migration and adaptation. Globally, type O is the most common blood type, but its prevalence varies significantly by region. In the Americas, particularly among indigenous groups, the proportion of type O blood is remarkably high, indicating strong evolutionary selection over thousands of years. The exact reasons for this preference remain somewhat mysterious, but they likely involve a combination of environmental challenges and disease resistance. One theory suggests that the supposedly superior oxygen delivery of type O blood at higher altitudes may have given ancient inhabitants of the Americas' mountainous regions a survival advantage. This great deal of fine detail of blood types paints a fascinating picture of our past, highlighting the deep connections between our biology, environment, and history. It shows how our bodies have adapted over time to various challenges, leaving a lasting imprint on our genetic makeup and shaping our present-day health outcomes. Geographic lineage mysteries. The global spread of different blood types tells an intriguing story about how humans have moved around the world throughout history. Among all the patterns, the frequency of type O blood in the Americas is especially fascinating. These blood types vary across different regions, and understanding these variations helps unravel the complex history of human migration and interaction. Blood type distribution varies widely across the globe, reflecting thousands of years of human evolution and movement. While type O is the most common worldwide, its dominance differs from region to region. In Africa, where human life is believed to have originated, type O blood is highly prevalent, suggesting it may be the oldest blood type. As people migrated into Europe and Asia, the prevalence of type O decreased, with type A becoming more common in Western Europe and type B in Central and Eastern Asia. This shift suggests a complex interplay between genetics, environment, and social structures shaping human populations over millennia. The striking difference in the occurrence of type O blood in the Americas, particularly among indigenous populations, raises intriguing questions about ancient migrations and population dynamics. In many indigenous communities, type O blood reaches frequencies as high as 90 to 100%, contrasting with the global average of around 62%. Theories suggest that ancient migrants to the Americas, who likely crossed a land bridge during the last ice age, carried predominantly type O blood. These early migrants eventually became the ancestors of today's indigenous peoples. The isolation of the Americas from Eurasia until the arrival of Europeans could explain the high prevalence and maintenance of type O blood.
Okay, so type O is the strongest, or has none of the bad antigens and whatnot, because it is so resistant and hardy. Could the A and B's also be linked to where they have said the Neanderthal and human interconnections began? Because there are some places where they do say that the early people and these other peoples that used to roam our world did some intermixing. So it would come to think that maybe the A's and the B's came from them, and we all started with an O, considering Africa and the Americas are predominantly O.
Contact with other populations restricted the introduction of new genetic variants, allowing type O to become entrenched in the gene pool of indigenous populations. Additionally,
Right.
selective pressures such as diseases and environmental factors may have favored individuals with type O blood, further increasing its prevalence. Comparing the frequency of type O blood in the Americas with that of other isolated populations worldwide provides additional insights into the impact of migration and isolation on blood type distribution. While some Pacific islands and remote communities also show high occurrences of certain blood types due to their unique migration histories and periods of isolation, the dominance of type O in the Americas remains unparalleled. This is the unique historical and prehistoric context of the continents, prompting questions about the movements and survival strategies of ancient peoples. Tracing the type O trail. The story of type O blood's journey through history and across the vast landscapes of the Americas is full of mystery, strength, and change. Our tale starts with the migration of early humans to the Americas, a huge journey over thousands of years as they crossed the land bridge from Asia during the last ice age. These pioneers brought with them genetic markers that would shape the bloodlines of their descendants, including the O gene, a quiet signal of survival and adaptation. Scientific studies looking at blood type distribution among native populations have found interesting patterns. An important study in the 1980s with Native American populations in Arizona showed that 99% of participants had type O blood. This high number is seen in native communities from the snowy mountains of Canada to the lush rainforests of the Amazon. But why is type O blood so common among these groups? The answer might be found in the process of natural selection and adapting to the environment. Early settlers faced tough conditions where type O blood could have been really helpful. Its lack of A and B antigens might have reduced the risk of diseases, common in tough environments. Also, people with type O blood might have been better at adapting to different conditions, making it more common. As native peoples spread across the continent, those with type O blood might have been better at surviving and passing their genetic heritage through generations. This process happened over thousands of years, leading to the big presence of type O blood seen today among native populations. But the story of type O blood isn't just about surviving tough conditions and diseases. It's also about human connection and shared history, acting as a biological link, bringing together different communities across the continent. Recent advances in deoxyribonucleic acid technology have allowed scientists to trace lineages and
Okay, I wish they'd have cut that back. I know that was DNA and RNA and all that kind of stuff, but wow. Yeah, I do agree that type O is probably the original. The antigens came later in A and B, maybe through cross breeding with, like I said, other peoples. I can't call animals other humans. We call ourselves humans, but the Neanderthals, the pre-Homo sapien that we call ourselves today, we know there was interbreeding amongst them. It's still prevalent in our population today. Could that's what I'm saying, they died out. Could it be because they were mostly A and B types, but yet the blood type didn't die out completely because it mixed with O's and we got a little bit resistance here and there? Because as much as I am a Christian and believe in the Bible, I also believe that the men who were given the vision of how the earth was created had a very limited scope of time and the vastness of our world. So I honestly believe that the closest God could do when he was doing that is give him flashes of time to signify the real events, and we turned it into a canon that it was a 7-day thing instead of maybe a 7 million year concept or 7 billion year.
migrations very accurately, confirming the ancient origins of type O blood in the Americas. However, this historical journey isn't just interesting for academics. It has big implications for health and medicine among native populations. The universal donor status of type O blood makes it important for blood transfusions and emergency medical care, showing the urgent need for blood donation in these communities where type O blood is really wanted but not always available. Modern implication of ancient blood. Tracing the journey from ancient times to today, we find that type O blood has important implications for modern medicine and healthcare. Exploring its mysterious beginnings and evolutionary benefits shows how it affects medical treatments, urgent responses, and the global blood supply. Type O blood is crucial in today's medical practices, especially in emergencies where immediate transfusions are needed. Its special characteristics make it the basis of emergency care and surgeries. Type O negative blood is highly valued as it can be given to patients of any blood type without causing problems. This is important in emergencies when the patient's blood type is unknown. Also, type O positive blood, while not universally compatible, can still be given to many people with a positive Rh factor. The need for type O blood, especially O negative, remains high worldwide, from emergency rooms to disaster zones and battlefields. It's often the top choice for transfusions when the recipient's blood type is uncertain. This shows the ongoing need for type O blood donors and the importance of having enough in blood banks and hospitals. However, the ability of type O blood to be given to anyone also creates challenges, like potential shortages because it's in high demand for various medical emergencies. Balancing the availability of type O blood with the needs of daily medical care and emergencies is a constant challenge for healthcare systems worldwide. Besides transfusions, the prevalence of type O blood has wider implications for medical and genetic research. Research suggests that blood type may affect susceptibility to certain diseases, with type O individuals possibly having a lower risk of coronary heart disease and different responses to pathogens. Understanding this link could change preventive healthcare and treatment methods. Ethical and social issues also come up, like ensuring fair access to type O blood, particularly in areas with fewer people who have it or less advanced healthcare systems. Increasing blood donation rates, improving storage and distribution methods, and promoting international cooperation are important steps to tackle these challenges. Looking ahead, the ancient origins and current importance of type O blood will continue to influence transfusion medicine, genetic research, and public health policies. Advances in artificial blood products, blood typing technologies, and genetic engineering might offer new answers to supply and compatibility issues. However, the natural properties of type O blood and its role as a universal donor are likely to stay crucial in emergency medicine and transfusion practices. The evolutionary advantage. The high occurrence of type O blood among Native American populations, especially in challenging environments like high altitudes, has intrigued scientists for years. This section delves into intriguing theories suggesting that type O blood might have given ancient peoples an evolutionary edge, helping them not just survive but thrive in tough habitats. One fascinating angle is how type O blood could aid in adapting to high altitudes. For thousands of years, people have lived in the Andes, where oxygen is scarce. To cope, their bodies underwent significant changes. Interestingly, many indigenous people in these regions have type O blood, hinting at a potential connection between this blood type and surviving in low oxygen environments. So why might type O blood be advantageous in such places? One theory focuses on blood thickness and oxygen delivery. Type O blood tends to be less thick than types A, B, or AB, which could mean smoother blood flow and better oxygen delivery to tissues in low oxygen conditions, a crucial advantage for high altitude living. Another aspect is disease resistance. Historical records suggest that diseases may have affected people with A or B blood more severely. Some studies suggest that type O individuals have a lower risk of severe malaria. While malaria wasn't a big concern in pre-Columbian America, this hints at a broader idea. Lacking A and B antigens on red blood cells might offer some protection against pathogens that target these molecules, reducing the impact of infectious diseases. There's also a link between diet and metabolism. Indigenous diets varied greatly, from seafood-rich diets in the Pacific Northwest to corn-based diets in Mesoamerica. Some research suggests that blood type could affect how well people digest food and metabolize nutrients. Type O blood might be better suited for diets high in protein and fat, which is common among hunter-gatherer societies. Another interesting angle is the social aspect. In tight-knit indigenous communities, Cooperation was crucial for survival. Type O individuals, being universal blood donors, could have been highly valued in times of injury or childbirth complications, as they could provide life-saving transfusions, potentially boosting their social status and reproductive success. While each theory offers intriguing possibilities, it's essential to approach them with caution. The relationship between blood type and evolutionary fitness is complex, influenced by various factors like environment, pathogens, diet, and social structure. Likely, the evolutionary advantage of type O blood among Native American populations stems from a combination of these factors, rather than a single cause. Deoxyribonucleic acid and ancestry. In the complex history of humans, deoxyribonucleic acid tech has become a strong tool in finding family roots. By looking at blood types and ancient family lines, especially the prevalence of type O blood among native peoples of the Americas, deoxyribonucleic acid tests show where our ancestors came from. This study looks at how deoxyribonucleic acid tech helps us understand human movement and changes over time, and also makes our ties to our native heritage stronger, as seen in the story of Sitting Bull's family. For lots of people, this tech has been super helpful in showing their native heritage, backing up stories passed down through generations. Finding out about ancestry with deoxyribonucleic acid is especially important for native groups, where stories and connections to the land and ancestors are really important. Deoxyribonucleic acid tests offer another way to understand these connections or find new parts of your family history. For descendants of native peoples, this connection can be really meaningful, joining history with personal identity. Finding genetic marks specific to native groups in the Americas lets us connect directly to the first people who lived here, learning about different cultures and communities from before Europeans arrived. Discovering native ancestry through deoxyribonucleic acid isn't just about being curious, but about reclaiming identity and rebuilding connections lost because of colonization. This link is really important for people trying to understand where they fit in the wider native community. Deoxyribonucleic acid can show a real link to the past, helping people get more involved in cultural traditions, languages, and community connections. Knowing about native ancestry through deoxyribonucleic acid can also be important for accessing resources, rights, and recognition given to native peoples. A powerful example of deoxyribonucleic acid tech bringing people back to their native roots is LaPointe, a direct relative of Sitting Bull. By using deoxyribonucleic acid tests, LaPointe confirmed his family connection, showing a link that's important both personally and historically. This shows how deoxyribonucleic acid tech brings...
Well, I'm getting a little more lost, but I do understand, yes, that genetics are all about the DNA.
past and present together, letting people
That's
connect
cool.
with their ancestry in a meaningful way. While finding native ancestry through deoxyribonucleic acid is exciting, it also brings up ethical issues and challenges. Questions about privacy, consent, and how genetic information might be used are really important. Understanding deoxyribonucleic acid results in terms of cultural and tribal identity is complicated, because being native is about more than just genetics. The business side of deoxyribonucleic acid tests and ancestry tracing has caused debates about treating genetic heritage like a product, asking who gets to use, understand, and make money from this information. Making sure
Right.
deoxyribonucleic acid tech helps native peoples and respects their rights and views is super important. Neanderthal and Denisovan descent.
Now, as we also go into that, yes, there's the different companies that were doing that. Now one has gone defunct, and there's a whole lot of headache about who gets what. And I mean, I don't remember the exact, because I gave up trying to keep up with the thing when it was going on. But so if any of my followers out there remember which company I'm talking about, I do not want to slander one that is not involved, and so I don't want to say the one I'm thinking of, because I may be wrong. But the company that went under bankrupt, and then all the genetic information, who does it go to, where does it go, who can look into it? I mean, what happened to all of that? What happened to stuff being brought in if they went under that got mailed to them before that? Was it just allowed to rot? I mean, it does make you wonder.
Descendants. Deoxyribonucleic acid tech have changed how we study family history, letting people trace their family tree very accurately. By checking marks in our deoxyribonucleic acid, scientists can guess where our ancestors.
And that is a very great thing. I have a nephew who was adopted out without communication to family. And I hope someday there's a way that he can connect to my husband's family and to us so that we can get to know him. But we are not allowed, it was sealed. So we will never know anything about him, I'm sure, unless we live a very ripe old age and he decides he wants to look into his family history. At which time it could be very much different than it is now on how we have ways to look into it. But I think it's cool that way, but by that same token, I worry about the children that were taken away because their parents were an absolute nightmare as far as physically abusive, whatever, and them not remembering, or maybe dad murdered mom and he spent life in prison or ended up. Does the kid really need to know that? I mean, some of the adoption records are sealed for good purpose. It was to protect the child. Some were protect the parents and their right to put this child behind them for some reason or another. And I know it'd be hard on the kid, but in some cases it might be better for them. But yeah, that's a very touchy subject. What does everyone else think? That one is one that is hard for me because it fits on both sides. We can look into ancestry and our ancient heritage and, oh, cool, we were related to this person or that person, or, oh, wow, bummer, we were related to them. That's something I didn't realize. Things like that. But there is the more current issues that are being addressed that could be pretty rough.
Ancestors came from, how they moved around, and how different groups interacted in the past. The Denisovans are a group of ancient humans that are classified as a distinct population due to challenges in defining them as separate species within the human family. In reality, both Neanderthals and Denisovans share significant similarities with Homo sapiens, suggesting they could be considered subspecies of our species. These similarities are evident in their physical features and genetic makeup, indicating close relations. It's important to reconsider our perceptions of Neanderthals, particularly if we view them as unintelligent or primitive. Scientific evidence challenges the common notion that Neanderthals were intellectually inferior. Instead, research suggests that they were likely quite intelligent and capable, possessing unique skills and adaptations that allowed them to thrive in their environments. Contrary to popular belief, Neanderthals did not simply perish due to their perceived inferiority. The emergence of Homo sapiens sapiens, our direct ancestors, coincided with the decline of Neanderthals and Denisovans around 40,000 years ago. Understanding the reasons behind the disappearance of Neanderthals is crucial for unraveling the story of how modern humans became the dominant species on Earth. Although the initial focus of the study may not have been to investigate the extinction of Neanderthals, it inadvertently provided valuable insights into this phenomenon. By examining the overlapping characteristics and genetic relationships between Neanderthals, Denisovans, and modern humans, researchers gained a fresh perspective on the factors contributing to Neanderthal extinction. One intriguing aspect of Neanderthal research is the discovery of their complex culture and sophisticated behaviors. Archaeological findings have revealed evidence of Neanderthal art, craftsmanship, and even symbolic behavior, challenging previous assumptions of their intellectual capabilities. Furthermore, genetic studies have shown that modern humans carry traces of Neanderthal deoxyribonucleic acid, indicating interbreeding between the two groups. This suggests that Neanderthals and modern humans coexisted and interacted in various ways, potentially influencing each other's development and contributing to our genetic diversity today. In light of these findings, it becomes clear that Neanderthals were not simply inferior beings destined for extinction. Instead, they were complex and adaptable human relatives who inhabited the Earth alongside our ancestors for thousands of years. By reassessing our perceptions of Neanderthals and acknowledging their contributions to human evolution, we gain a deeper understanding of our shared history and the remarkable journey that led to the rise of modern humans as the dominant species on our planet. Astonishing Crawford's deoxyribonucleic acid. The remarkable aspect of Crawford's test is how extensively scientists at the Cellular Research Institute have traced his genetic ancestry. They've uncovered a depth of ancestry that surpasses previous expectations, prompting a reconsideration of human history in the Americas. Crawford resides in Heart Butte, Montana, nestled within the vast expanse of the Blackfeet Indian Reservation, spanning over 1.5 million acres in the northwest region of the state. With a population exceeding 17,000, the Blackfeet Nation stands as one of the largest Native American tribes in the United States. Additional Blackfeet reservations are situated in Alberta, Canada. It's been suggested that Crawford's deoxyribonucleic acid analysis could significantly alter our understanding of human migration to the Americas. But what exactly do we know about this topic? The prevailing theory describes a migration of people from what is now northern Siberia. This groundbreaking discovery regarding Crawford's genetic lineage has opened new avenues for exploration and contemplation within the scientific community. By delving deep into his genetic history, researchers have uncovered insights that challenge preconceived notions and expand our understanding of human migration patterns. This achievement not only sheds light on Crawford's ancestry, but also has broader implications for our understanding of human history on a global scale. Crawford's residency in Heart Butte, Montana, serves as a focal point for this research, as it is situated within the expansive landscape of the Blackfeet Indian Reservation. With its rich cultural heritage and diverse population, this region provides a unique backdrop for studying the complexities of human migration and ancestry. The Blackfeet Nation, with its rich cultural traditions and storied history, offers a glimpse into the resilience and adaptability of indigenous peoples in the face of changing landscapes and shifting demographics. By connecting Crawford's genetic heritage to the broader narrative of Native American history, researchers are uncovering a complex detail of interconnected stories that span centuries. As we continue to unravel the mysteries of human migration and genetic ancestry, Crawford's test stands as a testament to the power of scientific inquiry and the enduring quest for knowledge. By exploring the depths of his genetic history, we gain valuable insights into the shared ancestry of all humanity and the remarkable journeys that have shaped our collective identity. In doing so, we honor Crawford's heritage and reaffirm our commitment to understanding the complex information of human history in all its diversity and complexity. Now it's time for today's subscriber pick. Scientists have been working hard for ages to unravel the mystery of type O blood and
Now, I do want to bring up a comment. The reason I stepped away for a quick second is I wanted to look something up on my son's computer. My Irish family heritage brings me down from Canada. I am apparently from some of the earliest Maguires who were removed from or ran to the Americas to keep their heads. Do not know all the story because I don't know enough about the English-Irish history, so I'm going to have to brush up on it. But I do know they came down from Canada, and that is where the French Canadian, which my father said was my grandmother and great-grandmother's term for Indian Canadian, indigenous Canadian person, such as one of the Blackfeet women, and one of our ancestors. But my grandma, being what she was, they very much did not believe in interracial mixtures of any sort, God forbid. And to think there was any in the family, that would have been an insanity. But for me, I'm interested in finding out. I just don't know how, and I refuse to spend money on one of those DNA type tests, especially after that one went down and they had so much trouble on who gets what and on the information and everything.
Indigenous heritage in the Americas. Among these native people, type O blood was not common, appearing now and then in certain families, yet where it came from was unclear. Stories told of a time long ago when a lone traveler with light skin and blue eyes entered the tribal lands. Some said he was a lost person seeking safety, while others whispered about origins from another world. Whatever the truth, his arrival coincided with the appearance of type O blood among the tribes. As time passed, the story of the stranger became interconnected with the tales of the tribes, his presence representing both mystery and opportunity. Some thought he brought something good to the people, while others feared his family line brought bad luck. Yet the real answer remained hidden, buried beneath layers of time and tradition. As the years went by, the mystery of the type O blood persisted among the various Native American people. Could this stranger be a descendant of the Native American? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section. The Lake Baikal. Lake Baikal has served as a meeting point for people from both the West and the East for a long time, connecting them through genetic exchanges. This connection dates back to the Paleolithic era and continued into the Bronze Age. According to Bergstrom, these Siberian people might be the ancestors of modern Native Americans. However, the notion that the first Americans migrated to the continent via a land bridge from Siberia to Alaska is only sometimes accepted. In a National Geographic article from June 2018, author Simon Worrell explored alternative theories. He raised questions about how humans initially reached North America. Did they cross the Bering Strait on foot, travel down the Kelp Highway by boat, traverse the Atlantic via the polar ice cap, or were they always present, as believed by the Navajo and other Native American tribes? This uncertainty highlights the numerous possibilities surrounding the people of the Americas. Lake Baikal, situated in Siberia, is the world's deepest and oldest freshwater lake. Its crystal clear waters hold a rich biodiversity, with thousands of plant and animal species found nowhere else on Earth. Spanning over 20 million years, Lake Baikal has witnessed significant geological and environmental changes throughout its existence. In addition to its natural wonders, Lake Baikal has played a crucial role in human history. Archaeological evidence suggests that early human populations inhabited its shores as far back as the Paleolithic era, approximately 500,000 years ago. These ancient inhabitants relied on the lake's abundant resources for sustenance and shelter. Lake Baikal continued to serve as a hub for human activity. Trade routes crisscrossed the region, facilitating the exchange of goods and ideas between different cultures. This period saw the emergence of complex societies and the development of advanced metallurgical techniques. One intriguing aspect of Lake Baikal's history is its role as a genetic contact zone. For millennia, people from both western and eastern regions have interacted and intermingled along its shores. This genetic exchange has left a lasting imprint on the population dynamics of Siberia and beyond. The connection between Lake Baikal and the people of the Americas is a topic of ongoing debate among scholars and researchers. While some propose that early human migrations from Siberia to North America occurred via a land bridge across the Bering Strait, others challenge this theory. Alternative hypotheses suggest maritime routes or even the possibility of indigenous populations already inhabiting the Americas. Simon Worrell's investigation into these alternative
Let's take a second here. Okay, this was put out a year ago, so this helps. Not all that long ago, there was they made a discovery that makes them believe that there was humanity of some sort and life of some sort, maybe some of our earlier pre-human members that had actually been there was life on Pangea. When our world was all just one giant landmass to start with, and at different times throughout it, humanity was already there. So as the continents broke apart and spread further apart, who's to say that that isn't how some of these people came to be in the Americas, and why certain ones don't quite match with other ones, and that's why they have trouble deciding if it's a land bridge on north or a different route farther south. It's just a theory I have. Maybe I'm looking at it from a more modern perspective, but it could be that maybe we just had humans all over and we just don't understand enough to realize how it all worked.
Theories sheds light on the complexities of human migration and settlement patterns. By posing questions about the various routes and timing of human dispersal, Worrell invites readers to reconsider conventional narratives of prehistoric migration. In essence, the story of Lake Baikal and its connection to human history is a multifaceted tale of environmental adaptation, cultural exchange, and genetic diversity. As researchers continue to unravel its mysteries, the lake remains a symbol of resilience and continuity across millennia. Native American and Polynesian. Deoxyribonucleic acid evidence indicates that indigenous Americans interacted with Polynesians approximately 800 years ago, stretching across vast expanses of open ocean, leaving clear genetic traces within today's populations, according to recent research. Contrary to the predominant narrative of European conquest during this period, the historical narrative often overlooks such interactions. The intriguing prospect of maritime contact between prehistoric Polynesians and Native Americans has captivated scholars for years. Advocates have highlighted the presence of New World crops, such as sweet potatoes and bottle gourds, in Polynesian archaeological records, a phenomenon absent elsewhere outside pre-Columbian Americas. Despite conflicting conclusions in several genetic studies, the hypothesis remains fiercely debated, with recent findings adding weight to the theory. The discovery of shared genetic segments of Native American ancestry across multiple Polynesian islands provides compelling evidence of a singular historical encounter. In essence, intermarriage between Polynesians and Native Americans occurred, resulting in offspring with blended genetic heritage. Statistical analyses further corroborated this event, coinciding with the initial settlement of these islands by native Polynesians. Leveraging computational techniques, researchers traced the origin of the Native American deoxyribonucleic acid to modern-day Colombia, shedding light on a complex and fascinating chapter in human history. Which of these mysteries of...
All right. So what do you guys think? That was the Ultimate Discovery Channel, the Mystery Typal Blood.
Area. This is like the main kingdom part, and it said that 50,000.
Stop. I hate when I can't get it to stop when you want it to. Okay, now we go on from science, that type of history, to a whole different type of physical history. Scientists discovered a terrifying lost city that changes everything. Now, we don't know what it changes, but I'm sure it just changes things about climate change and stuff like that, because of civilizations dying, cities dying away back in different times. But we're going to check this one out. Scientists discovered this lost city that changes everything on the Sweet Spot channel.
area. This is like the main kingdom part, and it said that 50,000 people lived in this whole area.
Civilizations rise, fall, and sometimes vanish without a trace, leaving behind whispers of their greatness buried deep in time. From the cliffside dwellings of Mesa Verde to the underwater mysteries of Derinkuyu, these cities disappeared from history until science pulled them back into the light. Get ready to witness the 20 lost cities that were rediscovered by scientists.
Okay, that's cool.
Number 20. Machu Picchu's hidden heights.
Right.
How does a massive stone city go missing for centuries while perched on a mountaintop? That's the story of Machu Picchu, the legendary lost city of the Incas, chilling high in the Andes like it was playing the ultimate game of hide and seek. This ancient site, built in the 15th century, was once a sacred retreat for Incan royalty. But after the Spanish rolled through South America, the site kinda slipped off the map. Local folks knew it was there, but to the outside world, gone. That is, until 1911, when an American explorer named Hiram Bingham hiked through the jungle and stumbled across what he thought was just some overgrown ruins.
And yeah, really cool too. I will say, I do feel almost bad though, because as soon as Europeans and Americans found, or non-Native Americans, European Americans found this place, I'm pretty sure it was severely looted and mistreated. Disrespected, maybe not even mistreated, disrespected. The natives knew it was there. It wasn't lost. That is not a lost city. That is a city they're trying to forget, it makes me think. And there may have been reasons behind it.
Spoiler, it wasn't. He had just rediscovered one of the greatest archaeological treasures on the planet. What makes Machu Picchu a real stunner isn't just its insane mountain views or those famous terraces, it's the mystery. No written records explain why it was abandoned. No one really knows how the Incas built it with such insane precision using massive stones, without modern tools. Here's what makes it even crazier. Despite all our tech and satellites today, it still feels like Machu Picchu guards its secrets. Was it a royal estate? A spiritual sanctuary? A fortress? Maybe all of the above? Number 19. Pompeii. Imagine a city where time stood still. That's the story of Pompeii.
Okay, so far I'm having trouble. They're not so much lost as cities that were destroyed, forgotten, or left. They're not lost. We haven't lost them. They're just being relocated. People just didn't quite, I mean, everyone knew where Pompeii was and stuff. We just happened to later choose to excavate these places. Europeans
An ancient
have an
Roman
idea
town
of
that was devastated by Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD. One moment, life was normal. The next, the sky turned dark, the ground shook, and the entire city was buried under nearly 20 feet of volcanic ash and pumice. The craziest part? That thick blanket of ash actually preserved the entire city, like nature hit the pause button on history. When archaeologists finally unearthed Pompeii nearly 1,700 years later, what they found was straight up chilling. Streets, homes, bakeries, even the public bathhouses were all still intact. You could literally walk through the ruins and see ancient Roman graffiti on the walls. One place still had a loaf of bread sitting in the oven, for real. And the human remains? You can actually see the final moments of people trying to flee, frozen in time. Some were covering their faces, some clutched loved ones.
I do know some of these are off limits to people to see now, and that other ones were destroyed. And I know in a lot of places they have replaced the actual human remains with plaster replicas that look somewhat real-like, but they're plaster replicas now.
It's heartbreaking, but also insanely revealing. Thanks to Pompeii, we know what daily life was like in a Roman city, from how they cooked and decorated to what kind of drama they carved into public walls. This isn't just ruins, it's a full-blown snapshot of a world that vanished in a single day. These cities are more than just ruins. They're a full-on time capsule of Roman life. The art, the buildings, even graffiti on the walls give us a snapshot of what real people were doing almost 2,000 years ago. Number 18. Troy. You've heard of the Trojan War, right? Wooden horse, Helen of Troy, face that launched 1,000 ships. All that epic stuff. For the longest time, folks thought it was just a myth. But here's the plot twist. Troy was real. Like actually real. For centuries, Troy lived in legend, mainly thanks to Homer's Iliad. Scholars were split. Some said it was pure fiction, others swore it had to be out there somewhere. Enter Heinrich Schliemann, a German businessman turned wannabe Indiana Jones who decided in the 1870s that he was going to find it no matter what. And, wild as it sounds, he did. Digging through layers of ruins in modern-day Turkey, Schliemann uncovered the remnants of not
I can't remember if they determined that his sighting was actually Troy or another city in a later date. I know there was some archaeological debate afterwards in more recent times. I mean, the real city of Troy was found, but I'm pretty sure it's slightly different. I can't remember if they verified it was this city or that he was quite close, but it happens to actually be this city because it fits more detail.
just one city, but 9 Troys stacked on top of each other, built, destroyed, and rebuilt over thousands of years. And somewhere in that stack, the Troy that probably sparked the war legends. It wasn't just a random village either. This place had thick stone walls, defensive towers, and major trade routes running through it. A total power player in the ancient world. Of course, we still don't know if Achilles actually showed up or if the horse trick really happened. But the bones of the city? 100% real. Number 17. Palmyra. Let's talk about Palmyra, an ancient city that was once poppin' in the middle of the Syrian desert. Like, this place was the ultimate flex on the Silk Road. Wealth, culture, architecture, it had it all. Back in the day, Palmyra was a major crossroads for traders hauling silk, spices, and gold between Rome, Persia, and China. The city was dripping in Greco-Roman design, but with that unique Middle Eastern flair, massive columns, grand archways, and temples that could rival anything in Rome. After the Roman Empire started to fade, so did Palmyra. Sandstorms, invasions, time, it all piled on, and eventually the city just disappeared into the dust. Fast forward to the 1600s, when Western explorers stumbled upon what looked like the remains of a lost civilization just chilling in the desert. Archaeologists later uncovered a masterpiece, stone carvings, inscriptions, and even full-blown streets still standing. Number 16. Akrotiri. Akrotiri, situated on the cliffs of Santorini, was a prosperous Minoan city until a catastrophic volcanic eruption occurred around 1600 BCE. This eruption buried the city beneath a thick layer of ash, which, rather than causing destruction, preserved it remarkably well, akin to a time capsule. Archaeological findings reveal multi-story buildings, vibrant frescoes, pottery, and even advanced plumbing systems, indicating that the inhabitants had working toilets at a time when much of Europe was still reliant on basic fire pits. The site was rediscovered by scientists in the 1800s, with significant excavation efforts beginning in the 1960s. These digs uncovered evidence that Akrotiri was a highly advanced civilization, devoid of bodies or chaos, suggesting that the residents likely evacuated before the eruption occurred.
Right.
There is speculation that Akrotiri may have influenced the legend of Atlantis. Regardless, the findings indicate that ancient life in this city was characterized not only by survival, but also by a notable cultural sophistication. Number 15. Petra. Carved straight into massive red and pink sandstone cliffs, Petra was the crown jewel of the Nabatean kingdom. These folks weren't just carving cool facades, they were engineering legends. We're talking full-on water systems, tombs, even a freaking amphitheater, all tucked into canyons that kept the place practically invisible. For centuries.
And on these under things here, when you dig, if they dig down through along this canyon here, the walkway into Petra from the desert, you'll find that they had whole pipe systems and everything. And there were also carved in structures, I won't say homes, but whether they were storage areas, forces for their military if they had one, whatever, their guards. But they have not dug down, but the sand is covered up a good portion of it. Petra is down below. This is one of the higher up parts of it.
Petra was a major trade hub. Spices, silk, incense, it all flowed through here like ancient Amazon prime. But when trade routes shifted and empires fell, the city slowly faded into myth. By the time the 1800s rolled around, most of the world had no clue it even existed. Enter Swiss explorer Johann Burckhardt, who in 1812 convinced some local guides to take him to the lost city whispered about by nomads. When he laid eyes on the Alcazne, you know, that iconic temple front carved into the rock, yeah, he knew he had stumbled onto something legendary. Today, Petra is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the new 7 wonders of the world. And once you walk through that narrow rock corridor and see that first glimpse of the treasury. Number 14. Great Zimbabwe. Tucked away in the hills of southeastern Zimbabwe sits the ruins of something massive. Great Zimbabwe, once the heart of a powerful African kingdom that straight up ruled from the 11th to the 15th century. This place wasn't some basic outpost. It was a legit stone-built city, stretching across 700 acres with walls that rise like fortresses and structures locked together stone by stone. No mortar, just mastery, just precision-cut granite blocks locked together like ancient Lego. Total engineering flex. At its peak, Great Zimbabwe was thriving, rich in gold, trading with faraway lands like China and Persia. It was the capital of a kingdom with serious clout. But after it was abandoned around the 15th century, the site faded into mystery and colonial denial. When European colonizers first came across the ruins in the 1800s, they were so stunned by the craftsmanship, they refused to believe that native Africans built it. For real, they tried to credit anyone else. It wasn't until the 20th century that archaeologists and historians set the record straight. Yeah, African civilizations built this, and they killed it. Today, Great Zimbabwe stands as a proud symbol of African heritage and innovation. It's not just a lost city. It's a comeback story that claps back at centuries of false narratives. Number 13. Cahokia. What if I told you that America had its own massive urban center over 1,000 years ago? This is Cahokia in Illinois, located just across the river from modern-day St. Louis. Cahokia was the largest pre-Columbian city north of Mexico. At its height around 1100 AD, it had more people than medieval London. Seriously, tens of thousands lived here, and the city was loaded with massive earth mounds. The biggest mound, Monk's Mound, a beast standing over 100 feet tall and covering more ground than the base of the Great Pyramid of Giza. And the layout of the city? Super organized, with neighborhoods, roads, and even what might have been a solar calendar setup like a wooden Stonehenge. But then, just like so many other ancient cities, Cahokia vanished. By the 1300s, it was abandoned. No one knows exactly why. Climate change, overfarming, political unrest. It's all up for debate. What's really wild is how little attention it gets. You could drive right past the site today and not realize you're next to one of North America's greatest ancient cities. No pyramid stones, no giant statues, but a legacy built straight from the earth. Number 12. Knossos. Next up is Knossos, a wild ancient city chilling on the island of Crete. And if the name rings a bell, it's probably because this place is smacked like the Minotaur, the Labyrinth, and King Minos, a very real, very advanced city. Knossos was the center of Minoan civilization, one of Europe's earliest complex societies, and it was seriously ahead of its time. We're talking palaces with running water, sewage systems, vibrant wall art, and multi-story buildings, all this around 4,000 years ago. Like ancient Greece? Who? The palace itself? Think around 150,000 square feet with over 1,000 rooms and a layout so complex it probably did feel like a labyrinth. No wonder people thought it was home to a beast. By the time the Mycenaeans rolled in, the city had started to fade. Eventually, Knossos disappeared under centuries of soil, only to be dug up in the early 1900s by British archaeologist Arthur Evans. He did a whole lot of restoration, some say too much, but his work brought the story of Knossos back to life. And now, it's one of the most legendary digs in Europe. Number 11. Xanadu. You've heard the name Xanadu. It's got that dreamy, almost fantasy vibe. But what most people don't know, this city was as real as it gets. Built in the 13th century, Xanadu was the legendary summer capital of Kublai Khan, grandson of Genghis Khan, and the man who ruled the Mongol Empire when it was at its peak. And yo, this place wasn't just a tent city in a field. Xanadu was straight up luxury. Marble halls, lush gardens, and a massive palace complex that covered around 60 square miles. That's like stacking almost 2 Manhattans side by side, all in the middle of the Mongolian steppe. It was where politics met paradise. Kublai handled empire business in the mornings, then cooled out in the gardens by afternoon. Even Marco Polo, that Marco Polo, visited Xanadu and was so blown away he couldn't stop talking about it. The guy made it sound like heaven on earth. But over time, dynasties shifted. The capital moved to Beijing, and Xanadu faded into legend. Eventually, all that marble and stone got swallowed up by grass and wind. It wasn't until the 20th century that archaeologists finally pinpointed the ruins. Get ready for today's mystic topic. Scientists discovered a terrifying lost city that changes everything, buried deep beneath the earth. But how did an entire multi-level complex end up entombed in mud and silence? Who built it and why did they vanish? With twisted rebar and skeletal frames jutting out like bones, this place looks more post-apocalyptic than ancient. Is it a warning or a clue? Drop your thoughts below and don't forget to mention #MysticTopic. Number 10. Caral. Alright, so most people think the big ancient cities in the Americas started with the Incas or Mayans, but Caral, this place was way ahead of them. While pharaohs were building pyramids in Egypt, a powerful civilization was already rising in ancient Peru, nearly 5,000 years ago. Caral is considered the oldest known city in the Americas, but such an advanced society got so sophisticated so early. The city had massive step pyramids, sunken plazas, complex irrigation systems, and even musical instruments made of bone. For real, they were bumping flutes made from pelican bones. But get this, there's zero evidence of warfare, no weapons, no fortifications. It looks like Caral was all about trade, culture, and chill vibes. Scientists believe they were super into astronomy, architecture, and even early forms of writing or symbolism. Basically, these people weren't just surviving, they were straight thriving. For a long time, Caral was completely forgotten, buried under sand and silence. It wasn't rediscovered until the late 1990s, when archaeologists realized they were sitting on the blueprint of one of the world's oldest urban civilizations. While the rest of the world was figuring things out, Caral had already entered its golden age, and somehow no one knew about it till recently. Number 9. Hadassa. The hills of modern-day Turkey hold the ruins of Hadassa, the once mighty capital of the Hittite Empire, a serious heavyweight in the ancient Near East. Back in the 2nd millennium BCE, this place was running things alongside Egypt, Babylon, and Assyria. The city was fortified with massive stone walls, some over 26 feet thick, wrapped around temples, palaces, and royal archives. Every stone, every wall was placed with purpose. This was no amateur build. It was a power statement. Inside those walls, a treasure trove of over 30,000 clay tablets written in cuneiform script. That's how we learned the Hittites had laws, treaties, and even international diplomacy. They signed the world's first known peace treaty with the Egyptians after the Battle of Kadesh. Total power
Wonder
move.
how
But even
long
with all that
worked.
clout, the Hittites vanished around 1200 BCE during the mysterious Bronze Age collapse. Whole civilizations were dropping off the map, and Hattusa got caught in the fallout. By the time archaeologists rediscovered the city in the early 1900s, it was nothing but stones, buried deep in time. Today, you can still see its ancient gates, like the Lion Gate and the King's Gate, standing proud. And those tablet archives, they're still helping researchers piece together lost chapters of ancient history. Number 8. Teotihuacan. Just outside Mexico City lies Teotihuacan, and this place is not just ancient, it's otherworldly. Built around 100 BCE. No one really knows who founded it, but by 400 CE, it was one of the biggest cities in the world. We're talking over 125,000 people living in a place with perfect street grids and monumental architecture. The layout's no accident either. Everything is aligned with astronomical precision. The main road, it stretches for nearly 1.5 miles, and it's lined with giant structures like the Pyramid of the Sun, 200 feet tall, and the Pyramid of the Moon. These bad boys were ancient skyscrapers, built by hand, without metal tools or wheels. That's some serious grind. But here's where it gets wild. Teotihuacan was already abandoned when the Aztecs rolled up centuries later. They didn't build it. They just found it and named it the place where the gods were created. And honestly, that tracks. No one really knows why Teotihuacan collapsed. Drought? Some kind of economic crash? It's all still up for debate. But one thing's for sure, this city was light years ahead of its time. And the craziest part? Scientists are still finding secret tunnels and hidden chambers underneath the pyramids using radar and robots. Teotihuacan still isn't done talking. Number 7. Lothal. Now here's one that doesn't get nearly enough hype. Lothal, an ancient city in what's now Western India, was low-key one of the world's first major port cities. Yeah, these folks weren't just farmers or builders. They were full-blown maritime traders, way back around 2400 BCE. Lothal was part of the legendary Indus Valley civilization, and it was all about that water life. The city had a huge dockyard, super advanced drainage systems, warehouses, workshops, and even a grid-style layout that screams early urban planning. It's basically like ancient coastal real estate. Clean, efficient, and built to move goods fast. Goods like beads, gems, and ivory moved in and out of Lothal to faraway places like Mesopotamia. That's right, international trade was poppin' 4,000 years ago, and Lothal was in the mix. And let's talk tech for a sec. These folks used standardized weights, seals for trade, and had tools and instruments that were way ahead of their time.
I doubt
But
that
as the
was
nearby
exactly
river
it, but
shifted and
probably
dried
close.
up, the city slowly lost its trade routes. Over time, the hustle died down, and Lothal was eventually buried under layers of silt and time. Archaeologists uncovered it in the 1950s, and honestly, it blew everyone's minds. It wasn't just a lost city, it was proof that ancient India had sea trade on lock. Number 6. Nimrud. What do you want to know about ancient empires but the Assyrians? They did not come to play, and at the center of it all was Nimrud, one of their most powerful capitals, built around 1250 BCE in what's now northern Iraq. This place was next-level royal. Huge palaces decked out in stone carvings, winged lion statues guarding gates, and walls covered in scenes of conquest and ceremony. We're talking serious, don't mess with us vibes. At its peak, Nimrud was the crown jewel of the Assyrian Empire, flexing on everyone from Babylon to Egypt. The city was especially lit during the reign of Ashurnasirpal II, who basically turned it into an ancient flex palace. He threw one of the wildest parties in history, inviting over 69,000 guests for a royal feast. That's not a banquet, that's a full-blown music festival.
Right?
But like a lot of great empires, the Assyrians eventually crumbled, and Nimrud faded into the sands. It stayed buried for centuries until it was rediscovered in the mid-1800s by European archaeologists who uncovered all that stonework and history. Unfortunately, the story doesn't end there. In 2015, the site got hit hard. ISIS rolled through and intentionally destroyed large parts of Nimrud's ruins. Total heartbreak. But archaeologists and preservationists are now grinding hard to restore what they can and digitally preserve what's left.
That's the gold right in there.
Mesa Verde. Mesa Verde isn't just an archaeological site, it's a masterpiece of human survival and creativity. Built by the ancestral Puebloans, this place was literally carved into the cliffs around 1,200 years ago. Beneath towering rock ledges, entire neighborhoods were carved, homes stacked high, towers standing tall, and storage tucked neatly into stone. Some of these cliff dwellings had over 150 rooms, and they weren't just randomly stacked stones either. These folks had solid architecture, ladders between floors, and ventilation systems that actually worked. One of the most famous sites, Cliff Palace. It's like the OG apartment complex built right into a cliff face. From a distance, it looks like something out of a movie, but up close, you can see the details, the planning, and the human touch in every sandstone block. The wild part, nobody really knows why the Puebloans left Mesa Verde in the late 1200s. It could have been drought, crop failure, or social tension. Whatever it was, they bounced and left behind a perfectly preserved slice of life in the canyons. When European settlers first spotted the ruins in the 1800s, they were shocked. Since then, it's become a national park and a symbol of indigenous innovation and resilience. Number 4. Tiwanaku in Bolivia, an ancient city so old and so precise, it's still stumping scientists in 2025. Located at over 12,000 feet above sea level near the edge of Lake Titicaca, this high-altitude city was once the capital of a powerful pre-Incan empire. Now, here's where it gets wild. Tiwanaku dates back to around 500 AD, but some of the structures may be way older. We're talking about perfectly cut stone blocks weighing tons, locked together so tight you couldn't even slide a credit card between them. And all this was done without modern tools, metal, or wheels. Like, how? The city's most famous landmark? The Gateway of the Sun. A massive monolith carved from a single slab of rock with mysterious symbols that could be an ancient calendar system. At its peak, Tiwanaku was the heart of a sprawling civilization that influenced everything from farming techniques to religious practices across the Andes. But by around 1000 AD, the city was abandoned. Climate shifts, drought, or political collapse, no one knows for sure. Number 3. Calakmul. Deep in the Yucatan jungle of Mexico lies Calakmul, one of the largest and most powerful cities of the ancient Maya world, and yet barely anyone knew about it until the 20th century. Like, how do you lose a city with over 6,000 structures and one of the tallest pyramids in Mesoamerica? Calakmul wasn't just big, it was bold. This place went toe-to-toe with Tikal, its famous rival, in an epic struggle for Mayan dominance that lasted centuries. Think Game of Thrones, but with jaguar kings, jungle espionage, and cosmic warfare. At its peak around 500 to 700 AD, Calakmul had a population pushing 50,000 massive causeways connecting suburbs, and elite tombs loaded with jade masks and obsidian weapons. And the city's 2 main pyramids? Skyscrapers. One of them still towers at over 170 feet high, peeking out above the jungle canopy like a boss. Why did it vanish? Same old story: political collapse, resource pressure, climate shifts. After the 9th century, it was abandoned, reclaimed by vines and silence for over 1,000 years. It wasn't until the 1930s that Calakmul got rediscovered, and archaeologists have still only excavated a fraction of it. The rest? Still deep in the green, guarded by snakes, trees, and time. Number 2. Derinkuyu. A whole city underground? Yep. Derinkuyu in Turkey had hidden tunnels, stacked levels, and space for 20,000 people. Total stealth mode. Located in the Cappadocia region, Derinkuyu looks like just another sleepy village on the surface. But underneath, it's a whole different world. This city goes 8 levels deep, over 280 feet down, with everything from homes and storage rooms to schools, wineries, stables, and even a church. This place wasn't just a cave, it was planned. Air shafts kept it ventilated, massive stone doors could roll shut to seal off rooms, and hidden passages connected it to other underground cities. Yeah, multiple cities. It's like ancient networking, but with tunnels instead of Wi-Fi.
Yep.
Historians think
Smart
it may have
people.
first been built around the 8th century BCE. Basically, it was the ultimate ancient hideout, part survival shelter, part secret society HQ. Derinkuyu wasn't rediscovered until 1963, when a guy renovating his basement accidentally...
I often question that. they, they say it was a defensive position. But what if this early culture was expecting like a comet or something? I mean, this might have been their apocalypse in the city that they created, so to speak, thinking the world was coming to an end, and then maybe abandoned when their ancestors or people afterwards realized the world didn't end. It was just...
busted through a wall and found an entire lost city behind it. Imagine that trip to Home Depot turning into an archaeological discovery. Today, parts of Derinkuyu are open to visitors, but huge sections are still uncharted. Who knows what's still down there waiting to be uncovered? Number 1. Skara Brae. The windswept coast of Scotland's Orkney Islands is Skara Brae, a Neolithic village that's basically the ultimate lost and found story. This place was built over 5,000 years ago, but it stayed hidden under layers of earth and grass for centuries. Until a gnarly storm in 1850 ripped open the ground and exposed stone walls underneath. What did they find? Insane. Skara Brae is often called Europe's best preserved prehistoric village. And for good reason. The homes are still there. Stone beds, shelves, fireplaces, and even indoor toilets. It's like the Stone Age version of a starter home neighborhood. What's crazy is how modern it all feels. The houses are connected by covered passageways, and every home was built with the same smart layout. These people weren't just surviving. They were living with structure, community, and some serious design sense. But by around 2500 BCE, the village was abandoned. Maybe climate change, rising seas, or just shifting priorities drove the people out. Whatever the reason, Skara Brae got swallowed back up by time and turf, until Mother Nature uncovered it. Today, it gives us an up-close look at life before history books, before writing, before monuments, just humans figuring it out. Thanks for exploring these incredible lost cities with us. If you enjoyed the journey through history and discovery, hit that like button, subscribe for more mind-blowing finds, and drop a comment with your favorite rediscovered city. More ancient secrets are out there. Don't...
And again, that was the sweet spot. If you like what you saw, feel free to go back to their channel, give them a like and a subscribe yourself, and we'll see what else we can find. So what do you think, folks? We have had a lot of things go on in the world. Strange things we don't want to deal with. But you know something? I just want to look at something pretty. Well, we do a lot of historical events and stuff, but on top fives.
Some places are so full of color that they look like they've been plucked straight out of a fairy
Please
tale.
stop. There, thank you. But yeah, top fives channel has the most colorful places in the world. And I just really want to enjoy the fact that we are in such a beautiful world that we can have places where the colors are so intense and so unique that they are literally noteworthy for their color. So we're going to get started right away on the most colorful places in the world, because I could use some happy, bright colors in my world. Right now, the only thing blooming in my yard are my irises, which are bright yellow, and they are pretty, but I don't have a whole lot of them. So it'd be nice to be able to look at a field of colors and stuff like that.
There are some places in the world that will make you feel like you've stepped into a storybook. So for today's video, I'm going to explore 15 of the most colorful places on the planet. Number 15, Kankamogus Highway. Come fall, the east coast of the United States foliage changes from the typical green to some spectacular shades of red, brown, and yellow. From September to October, people throw on a light coat and go for foliage walks. New Hampshire's National Scenic Byway, the Kankamogus Highway, is New England's most superb scenic drive, especially during the fall foliage season.
You can see
During
some of
peak
this
season,
up
more
here
than
in
4,000
Minnesota
vehicles
too.
traverse
It's
at least a
about the
portion of this
same in
famous route.
certain
Allow
areas.
plenty of time for your outing, not only because traffic can build up, but because there are so many attractions to see and Instagram-worthy photo op stops along the Kank, particularly if you're up for a bit of hiking. The highway goes on for 35 miles and has become so popular over the years that regulars just call it the Kank. Some notable stops along the way include the Lincoln Woods Suspension Bridge, Otter Rocks, and the Sepideh Falls. But the icing on the Kank cake is the hairpin turn, which, at least from the air, is one of the most photographed stops along the route. Number 14, Meenakshi Amman Temple.
Wow.
The Meenakshi Amman Temple is the heart of the ancient city of Madurai in Tamil Nadu, India. It's a religious and mythological symbol dating back 2,500 years. The temple's 14 towers are each covered in thousands of colorful stone figures depicting animals, gods, and demons, all in fantastic colors. The temple is enough to create a sensory overload. Now, this sacred site draws upwards of 1 million visitors each year for the Chithrai festival to celebrate the divine marriage of Meenakshi to Sundaraswara, which in Hinduism is its biggest event on earth. The temple was built by the Tamil Hindus native to southeastern India and first appeared in recorded history in the 600s. In the 1300s, the sacred structure was ransacked and destroyed by the Muslim general Malik Kafur in a successful attempt to spread Islam to Madurai. It wasn't until 250 years later, in 1559, that the structure was rebuilt by the first Nayak king of Madurai. And thank heavens for that. The Meenakshi Amman Temple remains standing today, the tallest tower.
I know. From a distance, it doesn't look like it's barely colored, does it? It's dull, but once you get up close, the colors are, like I said, like a sensory overload.
Reaching 170 feet high. This historic temple was even nominated for the new 7 Wonders of the World. There are intricately carved figures all over, each with their own history and mythical, religious, and cultural experience. The Amman Temple isn't just one of the most colorful places on Earth, it's also one of the most beautiful. Number 13, Zhangye Dansha. Found along the path of the Silk Road in northwestern China's Gansu province, this insane array of colorful geology awaits those who are willing to find it. Vivid reds, oranges, and yellows stripe along the mountains in technicolor harmony, with rocks allegedly shaped like animals and mythical creatures. This geological park also offers several hiking areas and scenic overlooks to fully enjoy the color. That being said, visitors don't need to struggle to see the rainbow rocks. Where do they come from? Well, the answer is not as magical as you might think. The colors come from the layers of sandstone dating back millions of years, long before any of us were even a twinkle in our parents' eyes. With erosion, wind, and weather, the colorful layers were formed, giving us this Martian landscape that we see here today. But what matters isn't why there are rainbow mountains, but that somewhere out in the wild, a place like this actually exists. There are a small handful of other places like Zhangye Dansha in the world, but this one manages to stand out above the rest. Number 12, Hall of Mosses. Alright, this next entry on our list isn't a location from any fantasy novel. It's not home to characters like Treebeard or Yoda. The Hall of Mosses is the name of a distinct hiking trail in Washington's Olympic National Park, located in the Hoh Rainforest. Plucked right from a storybook, the trail's filled with old big leaf maples and Sitka spruces, draped in the titular green and brown mosses. This rainforest is named for the ever-flowing Hoh River that carves its way from Mount Olympus towards the Pacific coast. In the winter, the forest receives most of its yearly average of 140 inches of precipitation. Yeah, it's a lot of water, but without such precipitation, the Hall of Mosses would never exist.
I was
All
gonna
of that
say,
water
yeah.
results in a lush green canopy above, and a blanket of mosses and ferns blanket below.
Wow.
Along the main trail, there's an otherworldly 200-foot side path that leads to an enchanting grove of giant maple trees cloaked in hanging moss. This fast-growing moss doesn't damage the trees. Instead, it's the nutrient-rich soil that does the damage. The incredibly wet soil causes the trees to grow short roots, and therefore they have a lack of stability. The trail is incredibly short, less than a mile long, and at an elevation gain of only 100 feet. But the gorgeous stroll is easy enough for all to enjoy. Like all of Washington's national parks, the Olympic National Park keeps the trail well maintained, meaning that despite the definite puddles and mud, the gravel trail is sure to make the jaunt enjoyable. More importantly, the gravel trail keeps walkers from damaging the spooky, thick growth. Number 11. Kochiya Hill. Japan is known for its gorgeous sakura trees during the spring.
Right.
During Hanami season, the entire country is covered in the pink snow, and people come from far and wide to get a glimpse of the heavenly glory.
Right.
Japan offers some other more surprising blooms
Don't they have the
that don't
cherry
always get the attention
blossom?
they deserve. The scrubby little
Or
kochiya
is
plants,
that the-
otherwise known as summer cypress, are not much to look at for most of the year. But at the end of the wet season, they take on an extraordinarily brilliant red color, giving them the name Burning Bush. In Hitachi Naka City at the Hitachi Seaside Park, a vast stretch of rolling hills is jam-packed with this vivid crimson bush that sway with the breeze, with whimsical storybook-like roads winding and weaving throughout. Outside of the park, kochiya is more often gathered for the mundane purposes of making brooms, but the park takes advantage of how spectacular it can be when planted in such abundance. The park's gentle slopes are full of flowering plants year-round, often in enormous monochromatic displays, and is also famous for its flowers with transparent blue petals. The hills roll on for over 800 acres, and 32,000 of the bright kochiya balls color the land. Get here at the right time and various festivals held on the hill, and you'll feel like Dorothy and company as they run through the poppy fields on their way to the great and powerful Oz. Don't sleep on Kochiya Hill. Number 10. Kawachi Fuji Gardens. It's practically impossible to walk through the pastel-colored passageway of wisteria flowers at the Kawachi Fuji Gardens in Kitakyushu without imaging an elegant fairy princess and her one-horned white steed prancing alongside you. A member of the pea family, wisteria is an ornamental vine, wildly popular in both eastern and western gardens for its graceful hanging flowers and its ornate winding branches. It's easily trained. The woody vines tend to reach maturity within a few years, at which point they bloom in cascades of long lavender flowers of varying pastel shades. There are about 150 flowering wisteria plants of roughly 20 species that create this famous colorful flower tunnel. Make sure to visit in late April or early May during the Fuji Matsuri or Wisteria Festival when the magic tunnel is in full bloom. Because so many visitors come to the gardens during the blooming season, you need to book your time slot well in advance. Arrive at any other time of year and its appearance will be a disheartening mass of lifeless, twisted branches. The fact that the Kawachi Fuji Gardens bloom so spectacularly, yet for such a short time, only adds to the beauty of it all. If you want to see these dropping wisteria, then you're going to have to be patient, and when you do finally see them, you need to soak it in as best you can, because they don't last long. In this world of two-day shipping and instant gratification, places like Kawachi Fuji Gardens remind us to slow down, stop, and smell the roses. Number 9. Valley of Fire. Dedicated in 1935, Valley of Fire is Nevada's oldest and largest state park. But fear not, because there are no fires here. Instead, the epic name comes from the red sandstone formations that make up this equally epic landscape. These features, which are the centerpiece of the park's attractions, often appear to be on fire when reflecting the sun. Other rock formations include limestone, shales, and conglomerates, all jutting from the ancient rock and up towards the fiery Nevada sun. But the Valley of Fire is old, really old. Prehistoric users of this valley included the basket maker people and later the Anasazi Pueblo farmers from the nearby fertile Moapa Valley, dating back anywhere from 300 BCE to 1150 CE. Your visits to the valley likely involved hunting, gathering food, and religious ceremonies, although scarcity of water would have limited the length of their stay. Stunning examples of rock art left by the ancient peoples can be found at several sites within the park in rock formations that are covered in petroglyphs. The valley itself is composed largely of a vibrantly red iron oxide-bearing form of sandstone, contains numerous natural arches, and has been a scenic setting for several films and television shows. Resident birds include the raven, house finch, sage sparrow, and roadrunner. But many migrant birds pass through the park as
U.S. I mean, I live along the Mississippi bluffs in the North Country part of it, but this one, I wish, because these, we don't have quite the unique, I don't know, ribbons and lines and waves.
well. And while the Valley of Fire may seem barren and devoid of life to visitors, it is full of wildlife. Because it's so hot during the day, most of the desert animals are nocturnal and not frequently seen by the passing motorist. Many
Right.
species of lizards and snakes are common in the park, as well as the coyote, kit fox, desert tortoise, spotted skunk, black-tailed jackrabbit, and antelope ground squirrel. They all call this colorful valley home. Number 8. Las Salinas de Torrevieja. There are some lakes out in the world with odd colors. They might be bright red, neon green, or even
Right.
bubblegum pink, like Australia's toxic Lake Hillier. Other than their funky colors, they all have one thing in common. They're incredibly toxic. Every fiber of your body may tell you to go for a dip, but if you do, these bodies of water may take a layer of skin as an
Right,
admission
most of
fee.
them are high
Luckily,
alcohol.
this colorful lake is a little nicer. Two colorful salt lakes flank the northwestern edge of a small seaside town on Spain's Costa Blanca. Together, they form a natural reserve called Las Salinas de Torrevieja. One lake in particular, though, stands out. This lake's eye-catching bubblegum pink overshadows its standard green-tinted neighbor. When looking at Torrevieja from above, it looks as though a colossal strawberry milkshake melted, and the gooey mess just pooled outside the city. Don't grab a straw just yet, it's actually the work of bacteria and algae. Halobacterium, or salt bacterium for the layman, thrives in these hot, salty places, as do microalgae called Dunaliella salina. These are the two magic and sometimes gross ingredients that give this place its bizarre coloring. Despite that funky color, the water is perfectly fine, though it can get a bit stinky. Torrevieja relies on these salt lakes. People have been collecting the mineral from the waters for centuries. In the early 19th century, they officially became a hub for Spain's salt industry. In addition to boosting the city's economy, the lake also acts like a natural spa. Supposedly, the sludge of mud and salt at the bottom has healing properties that can relieve common skin and respiratory ailments.
Oh, no.
The water's high salt concentration makes it a fun place to relax and enjoy floating around with ease. Pink flamingos, much like the local people, also frequent the lake, feasting upon the algae-filled shrimp that live in there. That gives their feathers a rosy tint that almost matches the water, making for one of the funkiest circles of life in the world.
Okay.
Number 7. Wooden Shoe Tulip Farm.
Oh, of course.
Oregon is one of the most spectacular states in the United States.
Oh,
It
you're
offers
gonna
so many
do
different
that
types
in
of scenery,
Oregon?
from desert
Here, I
regions
thought
to
you
lush
would be,
green and
that'd
brown
be
forests,
someplace in
from painted
Holland.
hills to blue beaches. It's this type of diversity that keeps people coming back. But there's one place in particular that really stands out. Visitors often flock to Oregon's Willamette Valley to sip Pinot Noir and wine country or tour the sights of Rose City. But come early spring each year, it's the beautiful blooming tulips that steal the show. One of the best places to enjoy this spectacle is the Wooden Shoe Tulip Farm in Woodburn, about 45 minutes outside Portland. It's one of the largest tulip farms in the U.S. Northwest, with 40 acres of flowers that erupt in a rainbow of color each year. Strolling through the neatly cultivated fields, visitors are welcomed by row after row of bright pink, red, white, yellow, purple, orange, and multicolored petals. The farm has around 80 variety of tulips that are organized into sections of color, a scene made even more picture-perfect by the idyllic backdrop of Mount Hood in the distance. The family farm hosts an annual spring festival as well to show off its colorful cream of the crop each year, opening up the flowering fields to the public for about a month between late March and early May. Visitors are invited to wander through the tulip fields on their own, or to tour the landscape by tractor, or even a hot air balloon. It's one bird's eye view you won't want to miss. This working farm also sells tulip bulbs, cut flowers, and potted plants to take home. The tulip farm is worth the
I
trip,
think
even
so.
if you have allergies.
If it's a farm.
Number 6. Dalol. In northern Ethiopia, hours from any form of civilization is a vast expanse of brutal landscape unlike anywhere else in the
Right.
world. Dalol, in the Danakil Depression, is a boiling, salt-formed world completely hostile to humans.
Oh,
The
okay.
Danakil Depression, also known as the Afar Depression, holds the distinction of being one of the lowest and hottest parts of the world. On top of average temperatures of 94 degrees Fahrenheit, Dalal itself is surrounded by boiling hot springs, bringing hot minerals and toxic gas bubbles to the surface. Despite making Dalal uninhabited, these geological forces have actually made the area somewhat picturesque, coloring the lowlands with rusty orange, yellow, and green salt formations. Dalal is extremely unwelcoming to habitation. However, a number of people have still ventured into the region for work due to the high deposits of table salt in the area. Expeditions funded by Europe prior to World War I were shut down and dismantled throughout the first half of the 20th century. Later attempts by American, Indian, and Italian companies have resulted in thousands of mines throughout the region, but no permanent settlement. It's just too hot here. Although it is now uninhabited, small structures made of salt bricks were created by the Afar people when they were employed by mining companies throughout the 20th century. However, the majority of these have been abandoned and few traces of these settlements still exist. Near the Dalal area, in the same region as Erta Ale, the gateway to hell, a smoking volcanic terrain is complete with its own lava lakes. It's an equally harsh and unforgiving environment, and nearly impossible to reach without great difficulty. The thing about the Afar Depression is that it's really best viewed from afar. Number 5. Canola flower fields. Lubeng County is quiet for most of the year until the canola flowers bloom, and then the area in Yunnan, China is reborn into a vibrant natural spectacle of yellow flowers as far as the eye can see. The fields of bright yellow canola flowers are used in the production of cooking oil. They're also popular with bees as tourists and photographs, so beekeepers set up tents among the flowers during February to March bloom. While most anywhere outside the limits of the small town of Ruoping is drenched in the sunny hues, the most surreal place to view them are the towering mountains like the Golden Rooster Hill, or Jinjiefeng, and 100,000 hills spiking up from the floral fields. In some areas, they also form otherworldly shapes in the terraced farms. At the beginning of the canola season, an annual festival is held in the flowers' honor, while after the petals fall, Ruoping County returns to its slumber amongst the hills. Getting down and dirty in the canola fields is pretty spectacular in its own right, but seeing those aerial shots with bright yellow flowers as far as the eye can see is really something else. And what's equally amazing is the fact that cooking oil, something we all use, comes from something so special. Number 4. Rainbow Mountain. The peaks of the Aswangate mountain region of the Peruvian Andes are not all uncommonly colored. Some are terracotta, some lavender, while others are vibrant turquoise. Nothing too out of the ordinary for Peru. The mountains are colored by the sediment and atmosphere of the area, unique because of their altitude and isolation close to the ocean. But none are quite so marvelous.
Whoa! Yeah, I mean, when I think Purple Mountain Majesty, I'm thinking these dark bluish purple, tree-covered, rocky mountains. Not something like this, which is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, it looks fairly inhospitable, but gorgeous.
As Vinicunca, also known as Rainbow Mountain, Winicunca, Montana de Colores, and Montana de Siete Colores. They go by many names, but they're all known for one thing. It looks like a giant took a paintbrush and just went to town millions of years ago. But for all its eye-popping colors, Rainbow Mountain was notoriously hard to find. It's located deep in the mountain range, and even past the most adept travelers with highly experienced guides have reported difficulty locating it. In the past, it took about 6 days of hiking to reach its peak. Nowadays, anybody who's anybody can taste the rainbow, as there's plenty of bus tours departing from Cusco to the mountain. Due to the increase in popularity of the mountain, it's quickly become Peru's second most visited tourist site, just behind Machu Picchu. During the peak season, it can see up to 4,000 photo-snapping people per day.
I can imagine.
Sure, those who love hiking will enjoy the journey as well, because the Aswangate Trek is one of the most popular among visitors to Peru. There are hot springs, local villages and vendors, stunning views of the glacier, and adorable llamas and soft as snow alpacas along the way. And nothing caps off almost a week of trekking like a visit to this breathtaking painted mountain. Number 3. Sagano Bamboo Forest. Probably one of the most Instagrammed places on Earth, the Sagano Bamboo Forest is a once tranquil nature spot that is now a series of tourist-packed pathways. But if you get to this green garden at the right time, before the shutterbugs and the snapping selfie sticks, you'll hear the rustling, creaking, and swaying of one of Japan's governmentally recognized soundscapes. The Sagano Bamboo Forest is situated northwest of Kyoto in Japan, near the Tenryuji Temple and the Arashiyama district. Just 30 minutes or so from the sprawling Kyoto city center, the towering bamboo forest is an almost shocking contrast to the urban city surrounding it. Wooden paths weave through the dense thicket of tall bamboo stalks that reach dozens of feet into the sky, creating a serene canopy good enough for a haiku. As the wind passes through the tightly packed plants, the wood bends and creaks, the leaves rustle and the trunks knock together, creating a peaceful sound almost like nothing else. The meditative natural noise is so lovely, in fact, that Japan's Ministry of the Environment designated the location's Oral Pleasures as one of the country's 100 soundscapes of Japan, an initiative designed to encourage the local population to get out and appreciate the country's acoustic wonders. Don't expect to have that kind of thing in the West. Number 2. Gardens by the Bay. Along Singapore's Marina Bay, a landscaping project known as Gardens by the Bay hopes to beautify the marina and help transform the dense city-state into a city in the garden. But with a futuristic design feature that borders on otherworldly, this garden is unlike any the world has seen before. Due to the sheer height and fantastical appearance, Gardens by the Bay's defining feature is almost certainly its collection of 18 super trees. With heights ranging from 80 to 160 feet and light displays that come alive at night, the super trees complement the nearby high-rises and add a distinctive flair to the Singapore skyline, creating a unique balance between man and nature. These trees are not trees in the traditional sense, but rather a series of man-made frames which house both greens and green technology. Roughly 200 species of orchids, ferns, and other tropical climbers scale the super tree's trunks, forming a lush, vibrant skin. In some regards, these super trees imitate the functions of regular trees. They absorb and redistribute heat, collect and filter rainwater, and provide shade with their expansive canopies. 11 of the trees are outfitted with solar panels, which power the grove's lighting displays or ventilation systems used to capture exhaust from the park's greenhouses. Visitors can get up close and personal and look at these mechanical marvels from a 72-foot-high walkway. The garden's home to more than the super trees, too. The high-tech garden's home to 2 enormous greenhouses, as well as several outdoor gardens and lakes. The flower dome supports thousands of varieties of cool, dry climate plants and flowers, while the nearby cloud forest fosters plants that prefer wet conditions found in the mountains and tropical
I'll give you
highlands.
more of that.
Both of these
It's
greenhouses
more cool
use
than I
sustainable
thought.
technologies to minimize their environmental impact. Number 1. The Provence Lavender Fields. Of course, the most colorful place on earth is gonna be in the French countryside. The calming, delicate fragrance and dusky purple hue of lavender have enchanted people for centuries. So what could be better than surrounding yourself in fields of this stuff? If there's one place in particular that's become synonymous with lavender, it's Provence. Quaint villages and rolling vineyards and cuisine that incorporates lavenders into its oils, honeys, and delicious sorbets, Provence is perhaps the best place in the world to see fields upon fields of lavender. Truly, just purple as far as the eye can see. The plateau's lavender fields are perhaps the most famous and photographed in the region. The area is filled with fields of not only lavender, wheat, and sunflowers as well, deep blue lakes and picturesque villages too. Most famous is the Valençol itself, situated above the plateau with the 11th century Saint-Blaise church as a focal point. Here and in the pretty village of Saint-Croix-du-Verdon is plenty to explore. One of the more notable highlights is the Abbey, where the monastery offers a heavenly backdrop to the rose of lavender. The trip is well worth it for the fine fragrance of its fields, thanks to its higher elevation compared to most other of Provence's lavender fields. I'll see you guys next time. Thank you to our channel members.
Okay.
Women delivering ice in 1980.
I really do believe that was actually damned interesting. I hope the rest of you feel that way. I think that was neat. Part of the reason I do this is I wanted to learn a little bit about different things around the world, and I think that one was a good one. So, I mean, part of doing Twitch and stuff like that is to connect with other places, even other places in the United States. I want to learn about people and what they're doing. I want to hear about all you followers' lives. And because of YouTube and stuff, I can see some of these places that I am positive I'll never get to travel to, especially at the time I'd need to see them. Now, I do not know how true this is, but it is on Factopia, or Faxopedia. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Faxopedia. How truthful this is, I have no clue, because again, I just pick out things that I think are unique and I want to check them out with you. Why should I sit by myself and talk to myself about all this stuff and make comments to myself when I have all of you to talk to out there? And anytime you want to make your opinion known, it would be absolutely wonderful. But Faxopedia put out a thing, a video about 2 months ago, and it says, in school, it's forbidden about these top 20 terrible historical facts. Now, there's many things we sugar-coated, whitewashed, and deleted out of our lives and throughout history. Again, the winners of the thing make the history books, and money has power, and all things like that change stuff, politics. And so we're going to learn a little bit different here. But remember, these are 20 terrible historical facts that are forbidden to talk about in schools. I'm quite sure that this might have some ugly spots in it. It might contradict other things. And again, I did not go off and research this. I am taking this as a creator reacting to what I'm watching here.
There are many historical facts that don't make it into your history books. Some are too dark, others too controversial, and many have been buried over time.
And some just forgotten. Understood.
The truth of our past isn't always pretty. In this video, we'll dive into 20 shocking historical facts that schools often avoid teaching about the darker side of history. Number 20. Cleopatra's true roots. Cleopatra VII, the last ruler of ancient Egypt, is often remembered as the epitome of Egyptian royalty.
Yeah,
but her
wasn't
ancestry
she
tells a
not?
different story. Far from being of native Egyptian descent, Cleopatra's family hailed from Macedonian Greece. Her lineage traces back to Ptolemy Soter, a general under Alexander the Great who established the Ptolemaic dynasty in Egypt
That's
after
what I
Alexander's
thought.
empire fragmented. Cleopatra's Greek roots make her story even more intriguing because, unlike her predecessors, she did not distance herself from the culture of the land she ruled. In
Now,
contrast
folks,
to the
I'll be
Ptolemies
back in a
before her,
flash.
Cleopatra embraced Egyptian customs, even learning the language, an unprecedented move for her Greek-speaking dynasty. Her ability to blend her Hellenistic Greek heritage with the traditions of Egypt helped her build a unique identity. She is often credited as the first Ptolemaic ruler to truly immerse herself in the local culture, earning the loyalty of the Egyptian people. Cleopatra's legacy, therefore, is a fascinating blend of Greek and Egyptian influences, making her not only a powerful political figure, but also a cultural bridge between two ancient worlds. Her story continues to captivate historians and scholars as they explore how she skillfully navigated her dual identity, leaving behind a complex and enduring legacy that transcends the borders of her ancestry. Cleopatra's reign stands as a testament to her mastery of cultural diplomacy and her deep connection to both Greek and Egyptian tradition. Number 19. The Dancing Plague. In the year 1518, in the small town of Strasbourg, something truly bizarre took hold of the resident, what would come to be known as the Dancing Plague. It all began with a woman named Frau Trophea, who, for reasons still unknown, stepped out of her home and began dancing in the street. What started as a solitary dance soon became an odd spectacle, drawing others into the frenzy. People began joining her, caught up in a strange and uncontrollable urge to dance, as if the movement had become contagious. The dancing continued without rest, day and night, perplexing the town's authorities. Desperate to stop the strange epidemic, officials tried various treatments based on the medical understanding of the time. They first attempted to house the dancers in a dedicated hall, playing live music, thinking that perhaps the rhythms would help exhaust the affliction. When this approach failed, they resorted to bloodletting, a common practice of the era, but even that was ineffective. Finally, with no options left, the authorities removed the dancers from the town, hoping distance would halt the epidemic. Remarkably, this extreme measure seemed to work, and the dancing eventually ceased. The dancing plague wasn't unique to Strasbourg. Similar outbreaks were recorded in 14th century France, 15th century Belgium, and even as late as the 19th century in Madagascar. Though the true cause remains a mystery, some modern scholars speculate that it may have been triggered by mass poisoning from a fungus called ergot, which is known to have hallucinogenic properties. Number 18. Over 600 plots against Fidel Castro's life. Fidel Castro, the former Cuban leader, survived an extraordinary number of assassination attempts, over 600 by some estimate. Though the exact number is still debated, the variety of schemes aimed at ending his life is well documented. Castro was the target of countless effort, ranging from poisoned food and dive suits laced with damaging fungi to sniper attacks and bomb plot. One of the most famous plots came in 1960, just a year after Castro assumed power, when the CIA tried to assassinate him by poisoning his cigars with deadly toxin. Despite his many enemies, including intelligence agencies and political adversaries, Castro's wit and defiance kept him ahead of these attempts. Known for his fiery rhetoric against capitalism and his strong support for socialism, Castro remained on the hit lists of multiple governments and organizations for years. Yet he managed to evade every attempt and lived to the age of 90, ultimately passing away from natural causes. Whether through his tight security measures, loyal followers, or sheer luck, Castro outlasted the relentless efforts to end his life. Number 17. The Partition of India and Pakistan. In 1947, the British Indian Empire experienced a dramatic and violent upheaval, leading to the creation of two new countries, India and Pakistan. But this division wasn't just a political split. It was a devastating separation along religious lines. As the borders were hastily drawn, the process ignored the deep cultural and communal ties that bound people together for centuries. Panic quickly spread across the land as Hindus, Sikhs, and Muslims scrambled to cross newly defined boundaries in hopes of reaching safety. What followed was chaos on an unprecedented scale. Mobs raged through cities and villages, committing horrific acts of violence. Even the trains meant to carry refugees to safety became death traps targeted by attackers. The toll was staggering. Between 200,000 and 2 million people lost their lives, and around 14 million...
So, that is part... I mean, yes, there was all these people lot, but they still do not say exactly why this division was made. I hate these little flags that they leave out, because some of my history is lacking, my historical knowledge is lacking, and it'd be nice to have a little background information on this one.
Were uprooted, forced to leave their homes behind as the subcontinent was split in two. Number 16. George Washington's dentures. George Washington, the first president of the United States, is known for his leadership and his prominent place in American history. But beneath his public image lay a lesser-known struggle with his dental health. By the age of 20, Washington began to lose his teeth to a mysterious condition, and by the time he became president in 1789, he had only one tooth left. To address the issue, Washington turned to Dr. John Greenwood, an early pioneer in dentistry. Contrary to the popular myth that Washington's dentures were made of wood, the truth is far more intricate. Wood would have deteriorated quickly due to moisture, so Greenwood crafted 4 sets of dentures for Washington using a mix of materials like hippopotamus bone, elephant ivory, and even human teeth. These materials were held together by a gold plate, making the dentures both functional and revolutionary for their time. Washington's custom dentures allowed him to continue speaking clearly in public, preserving his image as a strong leader. Today, replicas of his dentures can be seen in museums in Baltimore and New York, serving as a connection between past and present dental advancements. Number 15. Napoleon Bonaparte's height misconception.
Yes, huge.
There is a long-standing myth regarding Napoleon Bonaparte, the famous French emperor, and his supposed short stature. For years, people believed Napoleon was only 5 feet 2 inches tall when he died. However, this belief is based on a misunderstanding. The confusion stems from the fact that Napoleon's height was initially recorded in French feet, which are longer than English feet. When translated into the English measurement system, his true height was closer to 5 feet 7 inches. This would have made him slightly taller than the average Frenchman of his time. The misconception was further distorted by British cartoonists who exaggerated his height for comedic effect, portraying him as much shorter than he really was. Although it might seem like a trivial detail, this misconception illustrates how errors and biases can become ingrained in history. It reminds us to question popular narratives and dig deeper into historical facts to uncover the truth behind even the smallest of details. Number 14. The misunderstood symbolism of the Statue of Liberty. The Statue of Liberty stands as an enduring symbol of freedom, often linked to immigration because of its proximity to Ellis Island, the historic gateway for millions of immigrants arriving in America. But the statue's origins tell a different story. When the idea for the statue was first conceived, it was not about immigration at all. Instead, Lady Liberty was intended to represent the spirit of enlightenment, carrying a torch to symbolize the illumination of knowledge and holding a tablet inscribed with the date of American independence, July 4th, 1776. The statue was a gift from France, intended to honor the centennial of American independence and celebrate the strong bond between the two nations. It wasn't until later that the Statue of Liberty began to be associated with immigration, largely due to the famous poem, The New Colossus, written by Emma Lazarus. Her moving words, etched into the pedestal, reimagined the statue as the mother of exiles, welcoming the huddled masses yearning to breathe free, and expanding its meaning to include the hopes and dreams of immigrants. This re-examination of the statue's history serves as a powerful reminder that historical symbols are often layered with meanings that evolve over time. It challenges us to look beyond the surface of familiar narratives and consider the complex stories and changing perceptions that shape our understanding of the past. Number 13. The government once poisoned alcohol.
That is true.
In 1926, during the height of Prohibition, the U.S. government made a controversial decision to combat the widespread consumption of illegal alcohol. Instead of cracking down on bootlegging alone, they took a far more extreme route, poisoning the alcohol supply itself. This so-called noble experiment involved spiking industrial alcohol, often used in illicit liquor production, with dangerous chemicals such as methanol, benzene, and even mercury. The aim was to discourage people from drinking by making the alcohol too toxic to consume. However, this tactic did not have the desired effect. Rather than stopping people from drinking, it only made them more determined to find alcohol, even if it meant risking their lives by consuming the poison concoctions. It's like telling someone not to push a forbidden button. The allure only grows stronger. The results were disastrous. By 1927, hospitals like New York's Bellevue reported 41 deaths from alcohol-related poisoning, and the tragic toll continued to rise. By the time Prohibition ended in 1933, it was estimated that around 10,000 people had died due to the federal poisoning program. This chilling chapter in American history serves as a stark reminder of how well-intentioned policies can lead to deadly outcomes, proving that the government's noble experiment was anything but. Number 12. The hidden heritage of Mount Rushmore. Behind the majestic carvings of Mount Rushmore lies a story of significance that predates its transformation into a symbol of American presidential legacy. Before the mountain became adorned with the faces of U.S. presidents, the land was held sacred by the Lakota Sioux Nation. Known to them as the Six Grandfathers, this area in the Black Hills carried deep cultural and spiritual meaning. In 1868, the U.S. government recognized the Black Hills, which include Mount Rushmore, as part of the Great Sioux Reservation under the Treaty of Fort Laramie. However, the discovery of gold in the region brought a flood of settlers, leading to the U.S. government breaking the treaty and seizing the land. This marked the beginning of a contentious chapter in history, one of broken promises and the stripping away of indigenous land rights.
If it has
Today, Mount Rushmore stands as a symbol of American pride, yet it is also a poignant reminder of the complex history of territorial disputes and the displacement of Native American communities. Beneath the grand visages of the presidents carved into the mountain, there lingers the unresolved legacy of the Lakota Sioux and the sacred significance they once held for this land. Number 11. The Trail of Tears. In the early 1800s, during Andrew Jackson's presidency, a devastating event in American history unfolded: the forced displacement of Native American nations from their ancestral homelands in the Southeast to lands west of the Mississippi River. This tragic period, known as the Trail of Tears, remains a haunting reminder of the cruelty and injustice inflicted upon Native Americans. The Indian Removal Act of 1830 gave the U.S. government the power to take lands held by Native Americans in the eastern cotton-growing regions and trade them for lands in the West, designated as the Indian Colonization Zone. However, this was far from a fair trade. It was a violent and oppressive action carried out under military force. Thousands of members of the Cherokee, Muskogee, Creek, Seminole, Chickasaw, and Choctaw nations were uprooted from their homes and forced to march across unfamiliar territory. Over 60,000 Native Americans were driven thousands of miles under harsh conditions, with little food or shelter. This grueling journey led to widespread disease, starvation, and death, with an estimated 4,000 of the Cherokee people perishing along the way. The consequences of this forced migration were far-reaching. Native American nations were not only left mourning the lives lost, but they were also stripped of their lands and their way of life, forever altering their cultural and historical heritage. Now it's time for the odd topic. Here is an image that is making waves on the internet. In the medieval era, parents didn't bury their children right away. Instead, they kept them in the house until they felt emotionally ready to let them go. Most of these children died from famine. However, historians didn't record this practice. But what do you think? Let us know in the comments below with the hashtag #OddTopic. Number 10. The history of ancient Roman plumbing. The Romans were renowned for their remarkable achievements, and their mastery of plumbing stands out as one of their greatest accomplishments. Though they did not invent plumbing, they perfected it into an incredible engineering marvel. The Romans built an intricate network of lead and stone pipes, sewers, and aqueducts that set a new standard for public health and sanitation. Their plumbing systems were impressively advanced. Monumental aqueducts transported water over long distances, supplying cities with water for public baths, fountains, and homes. Rome alone relied on 11 aqueducts to maintain its water supply, which played a critical role in ensuring public cleanliness and health. The Romans also developed extensive sewage systems, including the famed Cloaca Maxima, one of the earliest sewage networks in history. These systems significantly improved urban living conditions. However, despite their innovations, the Romans unknowingly made a grave mistake by using lead pipes. While their plumbing systems were pioneering, the use of lead pipes posed significant health risks. Some historians speculate that lead poisoning may have contributed to the fall of the Roman Empire. Their efforts, while groundbreaking, serve as a reminder of the potential hazards of new technologies and the importance of considering long-term consequences when pursuing progress. Number 9. the Library of Alexandria and the Loss of Knowledge. In 295 BC, a magnificent institution was founded in Alexandria, Egypt, on the orders of Ptolemy I Soter. This wasn't just any building, it was an early research hub, a precursor to today's think tanks. Ptolemy, eager to gather the brightest minds of his era, sought guidance from his advisor, Demetrius of Phalerum. When Ptolemy asked how to attract great thinkers, Demetrius proposed a clever idea: bring in books from across the globe. Ptolemy took this advice to heart, and it worked. Notable intellectuals like Plato and Zenodotus of Ephesus flocked to the city. Zenodotus was appointed the first keeper of the library, and he helped build an impressive collection of 5,000 unique books. Over time, the library grew in size as Alexandria became a hub of knowledge.
Right.
Ships arriving at the city's port were searched for manuscripts, which were then added to the library's collection. Eventually, this became the largest library in the ancient world, holding around 1 million manuscripts. It housed works from Greek, Jewish, Egyptian, and Babylonian scholars, and within its walls, groundbreaking scientific discoveries were made. The complex even included laboratories and a medical school, making it a true intellectual sanctuary. Tragically, this treasure trove of knowledge met its end in 48 BC during a fire that broke out during a conflict between Cleopatra and her brother. Although attempts were made to revive the library, it never returned to its former glory, particularly after Alexandria fell under Roman control. Number 8. The Witch Trials of Europe.
Yeah, they don't
From the
talk about
15th
them
to the
much.
18th century, Europe was gripped by a terrifying and deadly obsession: the witch trials. During this period, which is often referred to as the Burning Times or the Great Hunt, the continent was engulfed in a relentless pursuit, not of animals, but of those accused of practicing witchcraft. This dark chapter of history was driven by a potent combination of fear, superstition, and religious zealotry, leading to the deaths of an estimated 40,000 to 60,000 people, the vast majority of whom were women. Accusations of witchcraft were often based on flimsy or fabricated evidence and were used as tools to control and suppress those who challenged societal norms or posed a perceived threat to the established order. The accused were subjected to brutal torture to extract confessions, often admitting under extreme duress to forming diabolical pacts and practicing malevolent magic. Conviction meant a horrific fate. Many were burned at the stake, hanged, or drowned. The witch trials serve as a chilling reminder of how unchecked fear, coupled with judicial corruption and mass hysteria, can lead to unimaginable cruelty and injustice. Number 7. From failed experiments to everyday appliance. In more than 90% of American homes, you'll find a kitchen staple: the microwave. But what many don't know is that this now essential appliance wasn't the result of careful planning, but rather a lucky accident. Over 70 years ago, Percy Spencer, an American engineer, was deep into a radar-related experiment for Raytheon. During his work with a magnetron, a device that emits microwaves, Spencer noticed something unusual. A candy bar in his pocket had melted unexpectedly. Intrigued, he began a series of experiments to explore the strange phenomenon. This small, unplanned discovery would lead to the invention of the microwave oven. In 1947, Spencer and his team introduced the world to the first commercially viable microwave, calling it the Radarange. It used microwaves to rapidly heat food by exciting water molecules within it. The original device, however, was enormous, weighing around 750 pounds, and was far too expensive for most households. But over the decades, the microwave underwent dramatic evolution. Now, it has shrunk in size, cost, and become a fixture in nearly every kitchen, revolutionizing how we prepare food. Number 6. The harsh truth of pirate life. In stories and legends, pirates are often depicted as fearless adventurers, sailing the seas in search of hidden treasures. This image, painted by popular culture, captures our imagination with thrilling tales of high seas escapades and swashbuckling heroes. However, the reality of a pirate's life was far from the glamorous picture we often envision. Life aboard a pirate ship was one of constant hardship and danger, with little access to fresh food or clean water. Scurvy caused by a lack of vitamin C was a common illness, spreading rapidly among the crew and adding to their already difficult lives. Pirates constantly faced storms, battles, and the threat of shipwreck, making survival a daily struggle. In a surprising twist, pirate ships were often run with a form of democracy, where the crew elected their captains and quartermasters, a stark contrast to the strict hierarchies aboard naval or merchant vessels. Despite the romanticized notions of buried treasure and exotic adventures, most pirates lived hard, dangerous lives that often ended in violence, imprisonment, or death. Their journeys were less about thrilling adventures and more about survival in the face of constant adversity. The truth behind the pirate life offers a deeper understanding of why so many individuals turned to piracy during this era, seeking a way out of an even harsher existence on land. Life as a pirate was not the carefree adventure we often imagine, but a dangerous and grueling struggle shaped by the unpredictable sea. Number 5. The chilling tale of the Little Ice Age. The period known as the Little Ice Age, stretching from 1300 to 1850, was more than just a distant historical phenomenon. It was a cold, harsh reality for the people who lived through it. Summers, once warm and welcoming, grew cold and unyielding, bringing frost to Europe even in the heart of July and August. Winters were no longer just seasons of rest, but relentless battles against extreme cold. In the 17th century, this unusual cold persisted, leading to years of failed crops, widespread famine, and a struggle for survival. Nature, which once provided, now turned against the people, with livestock and wildlife succumbing to the unforgiving weather. Birds were seen freezing in mid-flight, and artists like George Moran's captured these stark scenes in works such as Breaking the Ice, showing families fighting icy winds to draw water from frozen wells. The exact toll on human life remains unclear, with countless lives lost to starvation, disease, and the deadly bite of frostbite and hypothermia. Scientists attribute this frigid era to a slowdown in the Gulf Stream, increased volcanic activity, and changes in solar output. Today, as we face the consequences of global warming, the pendulum of Earth's climate swings again, reminding us that these changes have lasting impacts on humanity. Much like the Little Ice Age left a lasting mark on history, our current climate crisis presents new and daunting challenges for the future, urging us to take care of our fragile planet. Number 4. Bengal Famine of 1943. The Bengal Famine of 1943 stands as a stark example of the tragic consequences of man-made disasters during the colonial era. Occurring in the midst of World War II, this devastating famine claimed the lives of an estimated 2 to 3 million people in colonial India. It wasn't caused by natural calamities or crop failure, but rather by wartime policies enacted by the British administration. In the fields of Bengal, rice was plentiful, and under normal circumstances, it could have supported the local population. However, the British adopted a scorched earth policy, driven by the fear of a Japanese invasion, which quickly turned prosperity into disaster. Vital resources, such as boats and bullocks essential for food distribution, were confiscated or destroyed. To make matters worse, military demands took priority over local food needs, leading to soaring rice prices and widespread shortages. As the situation worsened, reports of mass starvation began to surface. Despite this, the British government's response was delayed, as their focus remained on the war effort. It wasn't until the famine had reached catastrophic levels that meaningful relief efforts were finally put in place. The Bengal famine remains a haunting reminder of the devastating effects of colonial rule and how political decisions can result in immense human suffering. Number 3. The Great Emu War of Australia. In the early 1930s, Australia faced an unusual conflict that came to be known as the Great Emu War. This peculiar battle showed that warfare isn't limited to human adversaries. After World War I, Australia was struggling with an agricultural crisis, and the situation took a strange turn when a new enemy appeared: emus. These large, flightless birds migrated inland during their breeding season, wreaking havoc on the farmlands in Western Australia. Many of the affected farmers were veterans of the war, desperate for a solution to the destruction. Seeking government assistance, the farmers received an unusual response. A military unit was sent to cull the emu population using machine guns. However, the emus turned out to be remarkably tough opponents. Their speed and agility made them difficult to control, and the military operation soon became an embarrassment. As public dissatisfaction grew, both with the harsh treatment of the birds and the failure of the military mission, the government decided to call off the operation. In the aftermath, a bounty system was introduced to manage the emu population more effectively. This strange chapter in Australia's history is a reminder of the unpredictable nature of human-wildlife conflicts and the challenges of managing agriculture in the face of unforeseen threats. Number 2. The evolution of the English language.
Oh, that's a...
The evolution of the English language is a story of cultural collision and transformation. The tale
Right.
begins in the 450s AD when the Angles, Saxons, and Jutes arrived in the British Isles. Their Old English language took root, forming the earliest foundations of
Have
what
a
would
fly
become
bugging
English.
me.
This early stage in the language's development is marked by the blending of these tribal tongues. A turning point came in the 10th century with the Norman conquest of England. This event introduced Norman French into the mix, creating Middle English, a language rich with the influence of both French and Old English elements. This blend laid the groundwork for the next phase in the language's evolution. By the time of Shakespeare in the 16th century, the English language had entered its modern phase, bursting with new life. The bard
Right.
himself was responsible for coining over 1,200 new words, adding to the richness and complexity of the language. Today, English is spoken by over 2 billion people across the globe, and it continues to evolve. Its journey from the ancient tribal dialects of the British Isles to a global lingua franca is a testament to the ever-changing nature of language, shaped by historical events, cultural exchanges, and creative innovation. Number 1. The Pope's War on Cats. In the annals of history,
I
few
remember
events are as
this.
strange as the 13th century War on Cats declared
Yeah.
by Pope Gregory IX. This
It was on
bizarre chapter in
purpose.
the relationship between humans and animals began when the Pope, influenced by his confessor and papal inquisitor, Conrad of Marburg, launched an assault on these creatures. Conrad, a shadowy figure known for forcing confessions under torture, convinced Pope Gregory that cats, particularly black ones, were linked to satanic rituals. From 1227 to 1241, cats became the targets of religious hostility, with many believers associating them with evil spirits. By 1233, this anti-cat sentiment had turned into a full-scale purge, with countless felines, especially black ones, killed under papal decree. Once seen
And it wasn't long after that that we had the plagues, because the cats that killed the rats and the mice and the rodents that carried the plague pests and blah blah blah. So in reality, in the long run, you could almost blame that Pope for the age of the plagues.
as loyal companions, cats were now feared as agents of the devil. The dark irony is that this mass killing of cats may have had unintended consequences, as the cat population plummeted and rat populations flourished, potentially contributing to the spread of the Black Death in later years.
I
It's a
was
chapter of
right.
history that demonstrates the destructive power of misguided ideology. Which of these hidden facts did you wish you learned at school? Let us know in the comments below. See you next time.
Now, I thought those were interesting. And I'm guessing when they talk about forbidden in schools, that was before or now or in different countries. And I only mean that because of the way I knew about some of these even as a kid. Okay, now we're going over to Forgotten History Channel. They have one called Bath. America's worst school nightmare without a single gunshot fired. I don't remember this. If it was something a long time ago, if it's something recent, if it was something different. But this is from Forgotten History. And we will check it out. It's only a little 15 minutes. And like I said, this one is not something I really remember. So I want to, I hope it's...
This video is sponsored by Nola Mattress. Mass shootings dominate the news today.
Unfortunately.
Columbine, Sandy Hook, Virginia Tech. But what if I told you the deadliest school massacre in American history didn't involve a single gunshot? May 18th, 1927. A small town in Michigan wakes to a quiet morning.
Whoa. 1927. Okay. So this is way pre-modern. Or I shouldn't say not pre-modern. Oh my God, people would kill me. I'm old enough not to be saying that, but this is not a recent, within the last 10 years thing. This is before my lifetime type of thing. I did not know we had school massacres. So please bear with me, and hopefully this isn't as sad and gruesome as it seems like it's going to get.
Parents send their children to school unaware that it will be the last time they ever see them alive. Behind
I couldn't
his
even
face
imagine
was
that,
a man
could you?
consumed by hatred, a man who spent months plotting revenge. And when the moment came, he carried out a plan so devastating, so unthinkable, that it left an entire town in ruins.
Oh my God.
So how did a respected member of the community become a mass murderer? What drove Andrew Kehoe to meticulously plan an attack against innocent children?
Yeah.
Why has time nearly erased the deadliest school massacre in U.S. history?
Yeah, why isn't this
Let's try
talked
and find
about?
out.
Other than the fact that the parents may not have wanted it
Hello,
to be back
I'm Mike
then.
Joberg, Marine Corps veteran and filmmaker, and we will try to answer these questions on today's episode of Forgotten History.
This one looks interesting, so I'm trying to get myself good and comfortable.
Before he became America's deadliest school murderer, Andrew Kehoe was just another man in a small town. A farmer, a husband, a respected member of the community. But beneath the surface, something darker was brewing.
Okay.
Born in 1872 in Tecumseh, Michigan, Kehoe was raised on a farm and later attended Michigan State Agricultural College, where he studied electrical engineering. He briefly worked in St. Louis, Missouri, before moving back to Michigan. In 1912, he and his wife Nellie purchased an 185-acre farm in Bath Township, using money from her inheritance. Unlike other farmers, Kehoe wasn't particularly interested in farming. He spent more time tinkering with electrical projects and explosives than growing crops. Shortly after their arrival, neighbors would begin to notice his temper. If a piece of farm equipment broke, he didn't just fix it, he destroyed it. If an animal became sick, he didn't try to save it, he killed it. Kehoe wasn't just frugal, he was cold, calculating, and ruthless. By 1926, Kehoe's farm was failing due to mounting debt and bad financial decisions.
Well, probably
On top
because
of
he
that,
wasn't
his
farming.
wife Nellie was sick, requiring expensive medical treatment. Nellie suffered from tuberculosis, which was referred to as consumption at the time.
Yeah, very
It
common.
was a slow, debilitating disease that led to chronic coughing, weight loss, weakness, and eventually death. By 1927, her condition had worsened, and Kehoe was spending more money on her medical care, adding to his already mounting financial stress. Some reports suggest that she may have been bedridden, or at least too weak to function normally in the weeks leading up to the massacre. Kehoe had taken out loans he couldn't repay, and the bank was preparing to foreclose on his farm. But instead of accepting responsibility, Kehoe blamed the Bath Consolidated School for the property taxes he had to pay. As the school board treasurer, he had direct access to the school's finances, which fueled his obsession. In his mind, the school hadn't just taken his money, it had taken his life, and he was going to make them.
Oh my God. I don't know if you guys can see the stuff underneath, if it's clear enough for you, but this is the Bath Consolidated School. And consolidated back then just meant everything from your little tots in first grade all the way up to your senior class. And it says the Bath Consolidated School before it was blown up by Kehoe. The man blew up a school in the 1920s. I can't even imagine. But apparently his tinkering with devices instead of farming like he should have been, which might have given him the money to pay his debt. I don't know. Seems like some people are just destined to blame everyone but themselves for their own failures.
Pay. Kehoe was controlling and manipulative, often arguing over every school board decision. He became more distant and irritable, avoiding his neighbors. He stopped maintaining his farm, and his land became overgrown, its fields empty. Neighbors would later recall a disturbing event. Kehoe's horse struggled to pull a plow. Rather than train it or sell it, he shot it in the head. Kehoe essentially had given up on the farm. He stopped trying to fix his problems. Instead, he was planning on how to destroy everything around him. For months, Kehoe plotted his revenge. And no one, not his neighbors, not his wife, not even the students who sat in their classrooms, had any idea that beneath their feet, the countdown to destruction had already begun. If you're ready to upgrade your sleep, head to nolamattress.com/ no sketch.
And sorry because I'm not affiliated and getting anything for advertisement. I skip past that. That way I don't get in any trouble. They don't get in any trouble. Nobody gets in any trouble. And
Today,
free advertising for them
unlike most of his
until
neighbors,
I start getting
Kehoe
paid
had no
isn't
children.
my intention.
In a small town where family was everything, he and his wife Nellie became outsiders in their own community. Did this make it easier for him to target the school? While other parents saw the school as a place of hope and future, Kehoe saw it as a drain on his money. Nothing more. He didn't know the children. He didn't care about them. Maybe that's why, when he set his plans in motion, he felt no hesitation. These weren't his children. This wasn't his future. He was about to lose everything, so why should anyone else get to keep theirs?
That's just sick.
Kehoe spent months preparing for his attack.
You know, I can't even call it sick because that gives him a psychotic or a medical excuse. That man was just plain without a conscience, a soul, and a heart. I mean, I don't know how else to explain it. He was totally devoid of common sense. And, I mean, but is that an absolutely narcissistic attitude? I'm not sure. But he blames everyone but himself and won't take responsibility for his own messes. And yet has the attitude, well, if I can't have it, you can't either. If anyone knows what that is, what kind of definition of a person that would give you, I'd love to see it.
The one skill that made him truly dangerous, his knowledge of electricity and explosives. As the school board treasurer, Kehoe wasn't just handling the finances. He had a role in school operations, including overseeing maintenance and repairs. He was known for being a handyman and often volunteered to fix school wiring and mechanical issues.
Why do I
The
feel
Bath
this is gonna
Consolidated
go
School
bad?
was still new, as it was built in 1922, and routine maintenance was needed. Keyhole, wanting control over everything, offered to do some repair work himself, free of charge. To the school staff, this seemed like a generous gesture. Why pay someone when the school board member was willing to help? No one thought twice when
Yeah,
they saw
I mean,
Keyhole.
when you think of it, you would think of it as going, yeah, if he's so worried about tax money and putting extra money in by doing it for free, that doesn't cost them anything. It won't cost him upgrades and tax. That's how I would think of it. Not that he was up to anything nefarious.
Working in the basement, checking wires, or accessing crawl spaces. No one knew that hidden inside his toolbox, he was smuggling in something deadly. Over the next several months, Keyhole hid dynamite and pyrotol beneath the school floorboards.
Oh no,
Pyrotol was a
pyrotol.
World War I era explosive, sold cheaply to farmers for clearing land.
Okay, so the pyro part did make sense. Pyrotol being all right.
So its presence wouldn't raise suspicion. Keyhole placed explosives in crawl spaces, wiring them into the school's electrical system. He set up timed detonators, ensuring the bombs would go off during school hours, when every classroom was
Oh,
full.
what a dick.
By 1927, Keyhole
Excuse me, I don't care. I'm not monetized. What an absolute dick. MF and sick mofo. So he wanted to try his best to kill every child he could in that town. Oh, you. Ugh.
had rigged
I
hundreds
don't
of pounds
remember
of
ever
explosives,
seeing this
enough to
to
level the school
myself.
completely. But Keyhole wasn't planning to destroy the school. He planned to wipe out everything tied to his life. He rigged his house, his barn, and even his outbuildings with explosives, ensuring nothing would be left behind. He
Did you
slaughtered
say
his
his
farm
wife was
animals,
alive there?
tying his horses inside the barn so they couldn't escape the fire.
Well, that's just.
Keyhole wasn't planning to run. He wasn't
Ew.
planning to survive. This wasn't just revenge. He was prepared to go down with everything.
So he was going to take all his animals with him. And apparently his wife too, if he did the house. In this endeavor to end the situation as it was going and as he thought. I want to say a lot more, but I'm trying my best not to use words that will get my channel booted.
In the days leading up to the massacre, Keyhole seemed oddly calm. Neighbors recalled seeing him, smiling and waving, as if he had finally found peace. But there was one last chilling act before the attack. He nailed a handwritten sign to his farm fence reading, "Criminals are made, not born." No one knew what it meant. No one suspected what was about to happen. And no one could have imagined the horror that was coming. May 18th, 1927 would be a morning that Bath, Michigan would never forget. But before the school bombing, before the explosion that would rip through an entire generation, Keyhole had one more life to take, his own wife.
Oh my.
Sometime before sunrise, Keyhole killed his wife Nellie. Her exact cause of death is unknown, but reports suggest he bludgeoned her to death. Then he dragged her lifeless body to a cart in the barn, covering it with fuel-soaked debris. Some believe Keyhole killed Nellie to spare her from what was coming. Others believe she was just another loose end in his plan. Either way, she was his first victim. Before leaving the farm, Keyhole set a timer and left the property just as the charges ignited. Within moments, his house, barn, and outbuildings were engulfed in flames. Neighbors saw the fire and rushed to help, completely unaware that just a few miles away, Keyhole had already set his real plan in motion. As neighbors fought the fire, the first explosion at the school happened minutes later. At 8:45 a.m., the first explosion at the school erupted. A massive
Oh my
blast
God.
tore apart the north wing of the school. 38 children were killed instantly.
Only
The explosion
38,
could be
but
heard miles away, sending parents running
you
towards the
gotta
school.
imagine that besides
Town was in
those,
chaos.
there had to be so many
Parents
more
screamed their
injured.
children's names. Rescuers pulled bodies from the rubble. But the horror wasn't over. Investigators later discovered something horrifying. 500 more pounds of dynamite had been hidden beneath the school's south wing, but for reasons that remain a mystery, it never detonated. Some believe that the first blast damaged the wiring. Others think Keogh made a mistake. But one thing is certain, that if that second bomb had gone off, the death toll would have been even higher. Even though his full plan didn't work, Keogh wasn't finished. He had one final move to make. As survivors pulled children from the rubble, Keogh drove back to the school. His truck was wired with dynamite, nails, and scrap metal. Essentially, a giant bomb. He waved over School Superintendent Emery Hayek, acting as if he had something important to say. Then, he triggered the detonator. The explosion killed Keogh instantly, along with Hayek, several bystanders, and a child who had survived the first blast.
Oh, God.
Just like that, Keogh's plan was complete. He had wiped out his farm, he had wiped out the school, and he had wiped out himself. The town of Bath, Michigan had been destroyed. Not by war, not by a natural disaster, but by one man's obsession with revenge. In total, 46 lives were lost. 39 of them were children. Another 58 people were injured and many permanently scarred. Survivors were pulled from the rubble, many badly burned or wounded. Parents searched desperately for their children, only to find that many had been killed instantly. Bodies were laid in rows near the schoolyard, waiting for identification. The town, once quiet and peaceful, was now filled with grief and disbelief. Entire families were shattered. A generation of children was nearly wiped out in a single morning. Their survivors would never forget what they saw that day. While emergency crews focused on the schools, others turned their attention to Keogh's burning farm. Among the charred ruins, they made a chilling discovery: Nellie Keogh's body, tied to a cart, burned beyond recognition. It was then that investigators realized that Keogh had planned to erase everything: his farm, his wife, the school, and himself. But why did he do it? Keogh left no clear explanation beyond his handwritten sign that read, "Criminals are made, not born." Some believe his anger was over taxes and debt that pushed him over the edge. Others think his wife's illness and their childless marriage made him feel like he had nothing left to live for. Modern psychologists suggest he displayed traits of a sociopath, a man who saw people, even children, as obstacles, not human beings. So why was the Bath School massacre forgotten? Well, the attack was overshadowed by bigger historical events. In 1929, the Great Depression began, just 2 years later, dominating the headlines. Then, World War II erupted, the deadliest conflict in history, which made Keogh's massacre seem small in comparison. The town of Bath tried to move on, the best they could after such a tragedy. The school was rebuilt within a year. Survivors and families chose to bury the past rather than relive it. Today, a simple stone plaque stands where the school once was, honoring the victims. The Bath community still holds remembrance ceremonies, ensuring that the tragedy is never completely erased.
Okay, thank you.
Time has moved on, but the question remains: how does a man become capable of such evil? And why did the world choose to forget it? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below.
That is just absolutely heartbreaking. I didn't even know. I did not know about that one. It's actually fairly sad, isn't it? Okay. I didn't tie this in together. I honestly did not, because like I said, I never watched this. Again, that was Forgotten History. If you liked that video on Bath, feel free to go over to their channel and find other things, because it looks like there's quite a few other interesting topics. I will be going back over there to pick some more topics for us to watch. But one of his last comments is this was forgotten
Introduction.
because of World
In
War
the smoke-filled
II.
streets of war-torn...
Now, World War II, there were good, there were bad, there were things that had to be done, there were things that should have never been done and were, or things that should have been done and were not. We all know that war has that particular problem. I do not know. This is called Incredible Stories. If it is fact, fiction, but as far as I can tell, this is based on truth. I do not know, but we are gonna find out about a World War II veteran who returns to Germany to find out whether he was the one who killed an innocent girl. I can imagine that there were some horrific tragedies, accidents, not atrocities, accidents. Where innocents die in every war. Some were atrocities because people didn't care about them, but there were accidents where people were killed by accident. They were not meant to be killed. They were just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Cologne. A single moment haunted one American tank gunner for the rest of his life. Clarence Smoyer, hailed as the hero of Cologne, helped lead the Allies' final charge into Nazi Germany. But behind his battlefield, heroism was a question that refused to die. Had he accidentally taken the life of an innocent woman? Nearly 70 years later.
For those of you who may have PTSD, who may have served in the military here, it does say that there is sensitive content and viewer discretion is advised for this video. If you are old enough or you think you are capable of watching stuff, please sit here and find out about this remarkable man who, like I said, Americans hail him as a hero. I'm sure many Germans at the time, some hailed him as just a soldier, others hailed him as a murderer, because when you're on the wrong side, the wrong guy, the people on the other side are always the bad guys. But we are going to learn more about why this man, or what happens with this man.
Later, he returned to Germany in search of the truth. What followed was a story of guilt, redemption, and an extraordinary friendship that crossed enemy lines. One final mission to make peace with the past. The moment that never left him. The trigger was soft under his finger, but the weight it would carry would last a lifetime. According to accounts from those present in March 1945, Clarence Smoyer had no more than a split second to decide. A black Opel had burst into the intersection ahead, at the height of the Allies' push into Nazi Germany. As a tank gunner stationed in Cologne, Smoyer had been given strict orders: fire at anything that moved. And so, like muscle memory born of survival instinct, he pressed the trigger. The car shattered under fire. What happened next, however, would eclipse every accolade Smoyer would later receive for his accuracy. Witnesses described a flash of brown curls as a figure crumpled out of the passenger door. A light-colored sweater, embroidered, possibly floral, stood out amidst the dust and smoke. It was then, according to sources close to Smoyer, that horror struck him in a way the battlefield never had. Was it a civilian? Was it a woman? And was he the one who fired the fatal shot? At the time, the war didn't allow much room for reflection. Smoyer's M26 Pershing tank, part of the U.S. Army's thunderous push into Cologne, was immediately re-engaged with a German Panther, one of the Wehrmacht's most feared machines. The moment at the intersection faded into a blur. But decades later, long after the medals were placed in drawers and the uniforms tucked away, the memory would claw its way back. Not through dreams or flashbacks, but through a grainy VHS tape delivered in the mail. It had come from a fellow World War II veteran, labeled simply, "Scenes of War." According to people close to Smoyer, he wasn't prepared for what he was about to witness. The footage, captured by a combat cameraman, replayed the moment he had spent years trying to forget. There it was, the Opel streaking across the rubble-strewn road, gunfire crackling, and a figure collapsing on the pavement. Motionless, face turned skyward. This time, there was no escaping what he saw. It was a woman. A medic appeared, covering her with a blanket. She blinked. She was still alive. And Clarence Smoyer began to unravel. Those around him recall the nightmares that followed. He would wake up swinging, afraid he had hurt someone, even in sleep. His wife Melba, who had sent him homemade fudge during the war and stood by him for 70 years, became the unintended witness to a war that never truly ended for him. The battle may have faded from public memory, but for Smoyer, Cologne never stopped burning. And yet, what haunted him most wasn't just the guilt. It was not knowing. According to those familiar with his journey, Smoyer began to ask questions he had once buried. Who was she? Why was she there? And more importantly, was he the one who had taken her life? This wasn't just about memory. This was about accountability and redemption. As the tape played again and again, Smoyer fixated on a detail most would overlook. There was more than one stream of gunfire. Could it be that the fatal shot hadn't come from him? In seeking answers, Smoyer would have to do what many veterans never dared: return to the exact place where his worst memory was born. What he would find waiting in Cologne, however, was not just the shadow of his past, but the man who once stood on the other side of his gun sight. The enemy with the same nightmare. Cologne, March 2013. According to a Cologne-based journalist, a message had reached Gustav Schaefer, now a white-haired, soft-spoken retiree living in northern Germany. An American soldier wanted to speak with him. A name was given, Clarence Smoyer. At first, Schaefer hesitated. The two men had never met, not properly. But 68 years earlier, their tanks had faced each other in a deadly standoff at a major intersection in Cologne. Both had survived, but neither had left the battle unscathed. Sources close to Schaefer described him as reserved but deeply reflective. He had grown up admiring America, obsessed with stories of cowboys and steam trains, and had never fit the image of the typical Nazi soldier. Drafted as a teenager and chosen for a tank crew because of his small size, Schaefer never expected to become part of a legend, or a mystery. Smoyer approached the meeting with anxiety. According to those who knew him, this wasn't about confrontation, it was about clarity. And the first words he spoke when meeting Schaefer face to face proved exactly that. The war is over, and we can be friends now. Their handshake, more than a gesture. It was the crossing of a chasm neither man had dared to approach before. In the hours that followed, the two men sat in a modest hotel lobby, nursing beers and sharing memories. For the first time, Smoyer revealed the reason for his journey. The innocent girl in the car, the footage, the dreams, the guilt. Schaefer listened, and then quietly, he admitted something startling. He had seen the same film, the same woman, and he too had fired at the Opel. According to Makos, the author who documented their encounter, it was a moment that rewrote the narrative for both men. Well, that's why I shot it too, Schaefer had said. Suddenly, Smoyer wasn't alone in his guilt. Another soldier, on the other side of the war, had made the same decision, under the same conditions, with the same consequence. The war had trained them both to shoot first and question later. Now, nearly 7 decades later, they were doing the opposite. Together, they returned to the intersection, the same place where a young woman's body had crumpled under fire. Smoyer pointed toward a lamppost and murmured, "This is where I see her in my dreams." Schaefer said nothing, but his eyes, according to those who were there, filled with something that needed no translation: understanding. And then, Smoyer said something that neither man had expected. He had learned who the woman was. Her name was Katharina Esser, and she had a story neither of them could forget. The woman in the light-colored sweater. According to archival documents and interviews with surviving relatives, her name was Katharina Esser, known simply as Kathy to those closest to her. She was 26 years old at the time of her death, and by all accounts the kind of person who put others ahead of herself. As sources close to the Esser family revealed, Kathy was the youngest of 4 sisters. All 3 of her older siblings had married and started families. But Kathy stayed behind, not because she lacked ambition, but because someone needed to care for their aging parents. She cooked, cleaned, and often looked after her nieces and nephews, pushing their scooters through war-torn parks that once echoed with laughter. People familiar with her personal letters said she still held dreams of her own. She enrolled in night school to study home economics and worked as a grocery store clerk. Her life was ordinary, modest, but filled with quiet purpose. According to local historians, the man driving the Opel that day was her employer, the owner of the store where she worked. Speculation exists that after days confined in an air raid shelter, the two made a spontaneous and dangerous decision to flee Cologne for the bridge that crossed the Rhine, hoping to find safety beyond the city's crumbling borders. They would never make it. The footage from March 6, 1945 captured more than the impact of bullets. It caught a moment when war eclipsed innocence. The Opel twisted, jerked, and crumbled as gunfire rained in from both American and German tanks. Kathy, in her embroidered sweater, fell from the passenger side. According to military records, American medics rushed toward her body while the battle still echoed nearby. Eyewitness reports confirmed what the footage suggested. She was still breathing. A medic placed a blanket over her. Another held her hand. But the injuries were too severe. Kathy Esser died that day just a few feet from where she had hoped to escape. Smoyer, piecing this all together, would later say, according to those who interviewed him, that learning her name changed everything. She wasn't a blur in a car anymore. She was a daughter, a sister, a caretaker, and a dreamer. What struck him even deeper was where she had been buried. Just 200 yards from where her body fell, Kathy was interred in a church cemetery. For years, the wooden cross above her grave bore a haunting inscription, "The Unknown Dead." Her papers had been separated from her at the moment of death, and for a time, not even her family could find her. But Germans, ever meticulous with wartime records, preserved enough clues. According to Esser family accounts, one of Kathy's sisters saw the combat footage years later and recognized the sweater, the hair, the way she fell. The family wrote letters to local officials, pushing for clarity. Eventually, they found her grave. And now, nearly 7 decades later, Clarence Smoyer stood before it. According to those present, he bent slowly, yellow rose in hand. As he placed it gently at the foot of the cross, he nearly lost his balance. The man who once fired a cannon at a Panther tank now struggled to kneel. Gustav Schaefer, his former enemy, instinctively reached out and caught his arm. The scene was not one of reconciliation. It was one of reckoning. Both men knew that Katharina Esser's death could not be undone. But both also understood that remembering her gave her life new meaning. And in that moment, the war stopped being about soldiers. It became about her. An apology at the gravesite. What does an apology mean when the person you're speaking to is buried beneath the soil? According to people close to Clarence Smoyer, this was a question that tormented him in the days leading up to his return to Cologne. After learning the woman's name, her story, and her resting place, he felt compelled to do something most veterans never dared: ask for forgiveness, not from the world, but from the one who had lived in his dreams for 68 years. Standing with Gustav Schaefer under a gray sky, Smoyer finally spoke the words he had carried in silence. He whispered them, according to witnesses, with a voice quivering not from age, but from grief. "Katharina, I'm sorry." For Schaefer, the moment struck its own chord. As Makos documented in his book, the German gunner was equally haunted. Together, they stood at the site of a shared trauma. But the story didn't end there. In a gesture that no one had expected, members of the Esser family reached out. According to sources close to the reunion, they had heard that Clarence Smoyer was in town. They invited him to visit. And for the first time, the American soldier who thought he had taken their beloved Kathy from them stood before her relatives, not as an enemy, but as a grieving man. There was no anger, no accusation. One of Esser's nieces, speaking softly over coffee, told him something that would stay with him for the rest of his life. The people who started this war are the ones who killed Katharina.
Yes.
According to those present,
Yes.
Smoyer barely held back tears. He had braced himself for resentment, but instead found peace. The family told him that Kathy would not have blamed him, that she, like them, had lived through chaos, that her death was not his to carry alone. Makos later said it was one of the most emotional moments of his research, not because it erased guilt, but because it replaced isolation with understanding. Smoyer left the family home with something he hadn't felt in years: calm. And in the days that followed, something else happened. For decades, he had battled night terrors, waking up swinging, gasping, reliving that moment on the battlefield. But after the graveside apology and the meeting with Kathy's family, the dreams began to shift. According to those who knew him best, Smoyer still dreamed of Katharina, but she didn't haunt him anymore. The final letter and the last goodbye. According to sources close to the Smoyer family, Clarence never expected a second chance at closure, let alone friendship. Yet in the years that followed that emotional return to Cologne, a quiet but powerful bond formed between the two men who had once tried to destroy each other. Smoyer and Gustav Schaefer, the American and the German, the Pershing and the Panther, now addressed each other as brother in arms. Those familiar with their correspondence described it as frequent, heartfelt, and often humorous. Two aging veterans swapping memories, fears, and reflections over Skype and handwritten letters. They spoke not about tactics or victories, but about what it meant to survive. According to historian Adam Makos, the two former enemies never stopped talking about Katharina Esser. She was always there in their conversations, Makos noted in an interview. They felt responsible not just for what happened to her, but for keeping her memory alive. As Schaefer's health began to decline in 2016, their conversations grew more reflective. Sources close to both men say they made a quiet pact. If either passed away, the other would honor them, not as an enemy, but as a friend who had borne the same burden. When news of Gustav Schaefer's death broke in 2017, Clarence Smoyer was devastated. He didn't fly to Germany. His own health by then was too fragile. But according to those who helped him arrange the gesture, he sent a bouquet of fresh flowers to Schaefer's funeral service in Cologne. Attached to the arrangement was a small card with a handwritten message: "I will never forget you. Your brother in arms, Clarence." The moment served as more than a farewell. It was, according to observers, a declaration that even in death, reconciliation and grace could endure. But the chapter didn't end there. Smoyer, now in his 90s, returned once more to the scene of that fateful encounter in Cologne, not in person, but in spirit. According to Makos, he worked with local historians and journalists to ensure that Katharina Esser's story wouldn't be reduced to a tragic footnote in wartime history. He advocated for her name to be formally added to historical records and pressed for public recognition of her death. One historian familiar with the case described it best. Clarence wanted to give her the dignity that history denied her. And while her grave still bears the words, "The Unknown Dead," those who visit it now, guided by maps, footage, and Smoyer's account, know exactly who lies beneath that wooden cross. Yellow roses still appear at the site, left by strangers who heard the story. Some come from war veterans, others from curious tourists. All are left in memory of a woman whose death united two soldiers. According to people close to Smoyer, the dreams never fully stopped. He still sees her, still remembers the sweater, the curls, but something has changed. He no longer wakes up swinging. Legacy in the shape of a name. Today, if someone passes Clarence Smoyer on the street, few would guess the war he fought, not just on the battlefield, but in his mind, According to friends and family, Smoyer remained a quiet, soft-spoken man into his late 90s. A retired cement plant supervisor, a devoted husband to Melba until her passing in 2017, and a father to 2 daughters. He wasn't the kind to retell war stories or boast about medals. In fact, those close to him said he changed the channel when war movies aired, closed the window during fireworks, avoided parades. But what he did carry, every day, was a name: Katharina Esser. Those who knew him say her memory shaped the second half of his life. He didn't just recall her, he honored.
Many veterans avoid watching movies and listening to fireworks. And with the 4th of July just a month away, I want to remind a bunch of people that while you're having fun, there are a lot of our veterans out there, young and old, who PTSD makes the fireworks a very uncomfortable and unhappy situation for them. We have veteran war animals that can't take it, plus pets, wild animals. Why in the hell we're still doing fireworks in the first place, I have no idea. Some of you might think they're fun. I think they're just a waste of freaking money. But there was something else I wanted to say even before that particular part. And I want to get it right. So let me say this right. We have an American and a German who stared down the barrel of tanks at each other. Okay, people? They were literally ready to shoot each other with a tank because they were enemies. They were told to be enemies because they were soldiers, and that the other guys were bad guys. And yet, at a later date, they can get together and have no hatred for each other, no racial tension, no political dissent between them anymore, because they were just soldiers doing their job and who are both haunted by the accidental death of an innocent that they were both party to. Now, I know it's a shared experience, so it makes it more unique, but I know there are tons and tons and tons of people out there who were in war or whatever else, conflict, and have absolutely no hatred or dislike for those people. Be it another race, another religion, another color, another political division. And yet we have a man in office here in the United States who's never fought and yet has more. In fact, we have quite a few people in office right now who have never been in service and yet seem to have all these prejudices and hatreds. I think maybe they need to shut off their stupidity and look at things like this and remember that we are not the ones in judgment, and we should be forgiving and good to each other, because death is going to take us all no matter where we come from. It is the nature of life. We were born to die. It's a fact. We were born to die. From the moment we're born, our bodies are beginning the aging process until our age at which we die. Now, some people will die earlier, some people will die later due to disease, accidents, and whatnot. I'm not going to come up with a lot of other reasons, but you know what I mean. Unless something cuts them short, our bodies have a finite amount of time in which they're going to function. So from the moment we are born, we are already in the process of reaching that final stage every little growth rate spurt we go on. It should not be something we are afraid of or any of, but we should be living a life of forgiveness, not one of hatred and disdain for each other just because we think or feel or look different.
Honored her. Makos later stated that when writing Spearhead, the focus shifted because of Smoyer's insistence. This wasn't just a tank story. It wasn't about heroism. It was about Katharina. They said, "We're not going to tell our war story," Makos revealed. "We're going to tell you about her. And by doing so, she could live forever." The documentary footage, the letters, and the flowers all formed a living memorial to someone once forgotten. Kathy's name, once lost to history, is now searched, studied, and remembered. Not because of her connection to fame, but because of her humanity. Veterans groups across the US and Germany have since cited the Smoyer-Schaefer story as a powerful case study in reconciliation. Some even call it a textbook on trauma healing, noting how both men faced their past directly, standing on the very street where their shells had crossed, and confronted it without shame or evasion. Psychologists who've reviewed the case describe the process as rare. One trauma expert,
because they
speaking
can't get
anonymously,
together in
said,
that way.
"Most soldiers avoid revisiting the hardest day of their service. Clarence didn't just revisit it, he rewrote its ending." And perhaps that is the legacy that endures. Not the tank duel, not the medal citations, but a quiet apology laid at the grave of a woman in a light-colored sweater. The last ride of the hero of Cologne. On a quiet Thursday morning in Lehighton, Pennsylvania, Clarence Smoyer passed away at age 99, just shy of a century of life. Sources close to the family said he died peacefully in Allentown, where he had been living with his daughter Cindy. According to those familiar with his military history, Smoyer left Lehighton as a lanky 19-year-old, enlisting in the U.S. Army in search of purpose during one of the darkest periods in modern history. He joined the 3rd Armored Division's E Company, Spearhead, an elite tank regiment that would blaze a path straight into Nazi Germany. It was there, in the streets of Cologne, that Smoyer's name was etched into wartime legend. The footage of his tank, the M26 Pershing nicknamed Eagle, squaring off against and defeating a German Panther tank at a bombed-out intersection, became one of the most iconic clips of World War II. And yet, those who knew Smoyer best say that moment didn't define him. His gentle nature off the battlefield stunned those who later met him. According to Adam Makos, the military historian who chronicled Smoyer's journey in Spearhead, the veteran initially had no plans to tell his story. "I found him living quietly with his daughter, going about his days without a hint of fanfare," Makos recalled. "He never wanted a stage. He just wanted peace." His obituary described him not as a warrior, but as a father, grandfather, great-grandfather, an avid bowler, a roller skater, a man who loved square dancing with his wife, Melba, to whom he remained married for 70 years until her passing in 2017. He worked for 40 years as a plant supervisor in Bethlehem, built a quiet life, and rarely spoke of the horrors he witnessed. But when he did choose to speak, about Cologne, about Katharina Esser, about the cost of war, it was with clarity, sorrow, and grace. Those close to the family say the funeral was as humble as the man himself. Visitation began at 9:30 a.m. at the Schaefer Funeral Home. At 11 a.m., under the solemn coordination of the U.S. Army and the Lehighton United Veterans Organization, Smoyer was laid to rest with full military honors. Flags were folded. Taps echoed. Veterans stood at attention. What struck many in attendance, however, wasn't just the ceremony. It was the weight of what this funeral represented. With Clarence's passing, the Spearhead Division's voice fell silent. His comrade, Tanker Joe Caserta, had died in 2021, making Clarence the final living witness to a chapter of American history that helped shape the modern world.
Okay.
Tributes poured in from military historians, World War II researchers, and ordinary citizens who had read his story or watched the archival footage of that tank duel in Cologne. He never saw himself as a hero, one local veteran said, but that's exactly why he was one. The grave lies not far from the streets where Clarence once rode a bicycle as a boy, long before he ever peered through the crosshairs of a tank gun. It is marked simply, but clearly, a final resting place for a man who carried the war with him longer than most ever had to. And though his tank now stands silent, his story continues to roar. Do you think the ghosts of war haunt a soldier more than the battles themselves?
Not having been in the military myself, I cannot answer that. And I believe that is something that is not mine to know right now. I believe our veterans need people to talk to, and if they do ever come on here and make a comment, I hope I can help them in some way that would help all of us, okay? I just don't ever know that it could happen. Okay. I went over to Scary Cherry. Just because it's not as scary as you think sometimes, and they got some pretty wild looking stuff. And this was 8 months ago that he put this one out, but hey, in this era with tariffs and whatnot, those unique items that you would get from other countries may be harder to come by. And there's a lot that I have never seen before, and I'm sure others have, depending on which country you're in. We all have different foods and whatever. So for the last half hour we have together here, we are going to look at the 20 most unique fruits you've never heard of.
That variety's a little bit sour.
From apples to bananas to blueberries, there are certain fruits we all know. The classics, as it were. The OGs, you might say. But we promise you that there are so many other fruits that you know nothing about.
Oh, there's a ton of them. Even in the stores I'm in.
Because there are so many more than you realize. These are the 20 most unique fruits you've never heard of.
Let's see how many. Keep count for everybody. How many of you ever seen?
Number 20, salak.
Number 1, haven't
also
heard
known
of.
as snake fruit due to its scaly skin, is a palm tree native to Indonesia's Java and Sumatra islands. It is cultivated widely across Indonesia
So keep
and
track
has
of
even
how many you know.
naturalized in regions such as Bali, Lombok, Timor, Maluku, and Sulawesi.
I have never heard of it, so that's a 0 for me so
The
far.
salak tree has found a place in Indonesian agriculture, with at least 30 known varieties that offer a range of stringent and sweet flavors. One of the most popular variants is the salak pondo from Yogyakarta, known for its intense aroma and sweetness even before full ripeness. In the 5 years leading up to 1999, Yogyakarta's annual salak production surged to 28,666 tons, highlighting its significant popularity among locals. Salak is believed to have originated in the highlands near Sabaton in Bali and is beloved by both residents and tourists. Salak Bali, a variant unique to the region, comes in over 15 different types, each with flavors ranging from sweet to sour, similar to grapefruit and pineapple. The fruit is about the size of a large fig, with a crisp, juicy texture. While Salak Kadinding is known for its astringent, starchy texture, varieties like Salak Gondok and Salak Gula Pasir have minimal to no astringency, making them more palatable. Number 19.
Never heard of
Noni.
it, but cool.
The noni fruit, Derived
Again,
from the Morinda
never heard of it.
citrifolia tree native to Southeast Asia and Australasia, is used to produce noni juice. Despite being marketed as a remedy for numerous ailments, including diabetes, depression, hemorrhoids, and arthritis, there is no scientific evidence supporting these claims. In 1998, Morinda Inc. faced legal action for making unverified claims about the health benefits of their Tahitian noni juice, which was deemed an unapproved new drug under state and federal food and drug regulations. Noni juice has been linked to liver toxicity and other organ damage due to anthraquinones found in the roots, leaves, and fruits of the noni plant. 2 clinical cases of acute hepatitis were reported in 2005, believed to be caused by consuming Tahitian noni juice.
Oops.
Although the European Food Safety Authority initially found the data insufficient to establish a causal relationship between noni juice and liver toxicity, subsequent reports suggested that some individuals might be particularly susceptible to its hepatotoxic effects. Number 18. Buddha's hand. Buddha's hand,
haven't
also
heard of
known
that
as
one
fingered
either.
citron, is a unique citrus cultivar, Citrus medica var. Sarcodactylus, that lacks fruit pulp, juice, or seeds. Its name is derived from its distinctive shape, resembling a hand with outstretched fingers, although some
Right.
varieties resemble a closed hand. Beneath its bright yellow peel lies a bitter white pith, but the zest offers a delightful lemon blossom-like flavor, enhancing any recipe that calls for citrus zest. The peel can also be candied for a sweet treat. Similar to other citrus fruits, Buddha's hand thrives in warm or temperate climates. Ripening in winter and often available through spring, it typically comes into season later than grapefruit, but slightly earlier than oranges. The term Buddha's hand is a translation from Cantonese, Mandarin, Japanese, Korean, and Vietnamese, reflecting its cultural significance. Traditionally offered as gifts in Buddhist temples, particularly the closed finger varieties resembling prayer hands, the fruit symbolizes joy, longevity, and good fortune. Number 17. Paulasan. Paulasan is a tropical fruit belonging to the Sapindaceae family, which includes other notable fruits like rambutan, lychee, and longan.
Okay, folks, so far I haven't heard of any one of these. And I've gone to a few wild stores that have unique produce before, and I have never heard of any of these yet.
It is often confused with rambutan due to their similarities, but Paulasan is distinctively sweeter than both rambutan and lychee. However, it's more challenging to find outside of Southeast Asia. The name Pulasan comes from the Malay word pulas, meaning twist, highlighting the fruit's unique characteristics. Thriving in ultra-tropical environments, the Pulasan tree prefers very humid conditions between 110 to 350 meters above sea level and is reported to bear the best fruit after a long dry season in Malaysia. The fruit itself is oval-shaped, measuring 5 to 7.5 centimeters long, and features a thick leathery skin with dark red coloration and conical blunt-tipped tubercles, or thick fleshy spines up to 1 centimeter long. Near the stem, you might find 1 or 2 immature fruits. Inside, the glossy white or yellowish-white flesh clings to the thin grayish-brown seed coat that separates from the seed, offering a taste sweeter than rambutan. The seed is light brown, ovoid, oblong, or ellipsoid in shape, and measures 2 to 3.5 centimeters long. Unlike rambutan, Pulasan does not have hairy spines, making it easier to handle. The flesh is delicious, juicy, and easily separates from the seed, which can be consumed raw and taste similar to almonds. Number 16. Kupwachu. Kupwachu is a tropical rainforest tree related to cacao and is commonly cultivated in northern Brazil and throughout the Amazon basin. It thrives in regions like Pará, Amazonas, Rondônia,
But
and
no, it's
Acre.
not.
Kupwachu trees typically grow between 5 to 15 meters tall, with some reaching up to 20 meters. The trees have brown bark and leaves that are 25 to 35 centimeters long and 6 to 10 centimeters wide, featuring 9 or 10 pairs of veins. The leaves change color from pink to green as they mature. Kupwachu is used in desserts, drinks, and sweets, offering a cheaper and more heat-resistant alternative to chocolate. Cupulate, which resembles and tastes like chocolate, is made from Kupwachu seeds. A Japanese company, Asahi Foods, once attempted to patent the production and use of cupuaçu seed fat, but their efforts were unsuccessful. Besides its culinary uses, the wood from cupuaçu trees is also used for timber. Number 15. Starfruit.
Now that
Carambola.
I've heard of.
Starfruit, also known as carambola, Avaroa carambola, is a tropical fruit native to Southeast Asia. It's widely consumed in Brazil, Southeast Asia, South
never
Asia,
had one,
the South
but I've
Pacific,
seen it and heard about
Micronesia,
it.
parts of East Asia,
Just never had
the
a
United
chance to eat
States,
one.
and the Caribbean. The fruit is known for its firm, crisp, and exceptionally juicy flesh, which is fiber-free and has a texture similar to grapes. Carambolas are best eaten when fully ripe, indicated by a yellow color with a slight green tint, or when all traces of green have disappeared. If harvested while still somewhat green, the fruit can turn yellow at room temperature, but its sugar content does not increase.
That variety's a little bit sour.
Overripe carambolas turn yellow with brown spots, developing a blander flavor and a soggier texture. Ripe sweet carambolas are mildly sweet, rarely exceeding 4% sugar, and have a tangy undertone reminiscent of oxalic acid. The flavor is difficult to describe, but is often compared to a blend of apple, pear, grape, and citrus. Number 14. Shalta. Elephant apple. Shalta, also known as elephant apple, is a native plant of southeastern Asia, particularly found in India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. Its range extends east to southern China and Vietnam, and further south through Thailand to Malaysia and Indonesia. In Bangladesh, it is cultivated across the nation and also found in the broader Chittagong forest. In India, the fruit thrives in the northern tropical regions, notably in Assam and Kolkata. Additionally, Shalta is found in the arid hill regions of Bihar, Orissa, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, and Madhya Pradesh. Harvesting Shalta from the forest is illegal in India because it is one of the favorite fruits of wild elephants. This has led to conflicts between villagers and elephants, especially around Kolkata, where elephants have strayed into settlements in search of food due to overharvesting by villagers. The Shalta tree is a medium-sized evergreen shrub or small tree that can reach a height of up to 15 meters. Its leaves are 15 to 36 centimeters long, with a prominently corrugated surface and imprinted veins. The fruit is large, consisting of an aggregate of 15 carpels, each containing 5 seeds embedded in an edible pulp. Number 13. Tamarillo. The tamarillo, belonging to the Solanaceae family of flowering plants, also known as the nightshade family, is a small tree or shrub that produces a tasty egg-shaped fruit. It is popular worldwide, particularly in countries like Peru, Colombia, New Zealand, Ecuador, Rwanda, Australia, and the United States. The tamarillo is native to the Andes and is cultivated in Ecuador, Colombia, Peru, Chile, Argentina, and Bolivia. In these regions, it is grown in gardens and orchards for local consumption and is a well-loved fruit. Previously known as the tree tomato, the fruit was renamed Tamarillo by the New Zealand Tree Tomato Promotions Council to differentiate it from the common garden tomato and enhance its exotic appeal. The fruits are egg-shaped, measuring 4 to 10 centimeters in length, and come in various colors, including yellow, orange, crimson, and almost purple. Sometimes they feature black longitudinal stripes. Red fruits tend to be more sour, while yellow and orange fruits are sweeter. The flesh is firm, and the seeds are larger and more numerous than those of a regular tomato. Tamarillos are rich in vitamins and iron while being low in calories, making them a nutritious choice. Number 12. Akebia. Akebia quinata, commonly known as chocolate vine, is a shrub native to Japan, China, and Korea. It has become invasive in the eastern United States, from Georgia to Michigan to Massachusetts. In its native habitat, it can be found on hills, in hedges, on trees, along forest borders and streams, and on hilly slopes. Akebia quinata is a climbing evergreen shrub that can reach a height of over 10 meters. It has palmately compound leaves with 5 elliptic or ovate leaflets that are notched at the tip. The chocolate-scented flowers are grouped in racemes with 3 or 4 sepals. The fruit of the akebia is a sausage-shaped pod containing an edible pulp. The seeds are surrounded by a sweet-tasting white pulp with a gelatinous texture. The fruit's flesh is soft and sweet, similar to that of white dragon fruit. and is considered a seasonal delicacy in Japan. The slightly bitter rind is often used as a vegetable.
Nice.
Sometimes stuffed with minced beef and deep fried. The vines of the plant are traditionally used for basket weaving. In traditional Chinese medicine, akebia fruit is utilized to treat urinary tract infections, insufficient lactation, and rheumatoid arthritis, showcasing its diverse applications beyond just being a food source. Number 11. Jabuticaba, the Brazilian grape tree. Jabuticaba, a fascinating tree native to the Brazilian states of Rio de Janeiro, Minas Gerais, Goiás, and São Paulo, belongs to the Myrtaceae family. Various species of Mycaeria are also found in Brazil, Argentina, Paraguay, Peru, and Bolivia, and are often referred to by similar common names. The distinctive purplish-black fruits with white pulp grow directly on the tree trunk, creating a striking visual display. These fruits can be eaten raw or used to make jellies, jams, juices, and even wine. The fruit itself is a large, thick-skinned berry, usually 3 to 4 centimeters in diameter, resembling a slip-skin grape. Inside the thick purple astringent skin, there is delicious white or rose-pink gelatinous flesh that encases 1 to 4 large seeds, varying in shape depending on the species. The seeds of Jabuticaba are refractory, meaning they become unviable after just 10 days at room temperature. Jabuticaba has been cultivated in Brazil since pre-Columbian times and is now a commercial crop in the central and southern regions of the country. However, slow development and the short shelf life of the fruit pose significant challenges for commercial cultivation in the northern hemisphere, making it more of a regional delicacy. Now it's time for the sweet topic. Both the fruit on the left and the fruit on the right are some of the weirdest fruits we've ever seen. But would you believe the fruit on the left literally grew into the tree on the right? Crazy, huh? This fruit is just a type of mango, but a profoundly unique type. They grow in only one place, a tiny island. And what's amazing about them is they come in an incredible array of colors, as you can see. While they all taste the same, the way each one is a unique color is truly dazzling. When they drop, you can eat them, or you can wait until they mature into the version seen on the left, with strange sprouts growing out of the side and leaves springing out of the top. And if you plant one of the matured ones, boom, it becomes a whole new tree full of them. As always, let us know your thoughts in the comments section down below using the hashtag #SweetTopic. Number 10. Wolfberry, goji berry, the superfruit.
I've heard of goji berry, but I've
also
never
known as
really
wolfberries,
seen
are
any
the
around
fruits
here.
of two closely related species of boxthorn in the nightshade family, Solanaceae, Lycium barbarum and Lycium chinense. Native to Asia, these berries have a long history of use in traditional Chinese, Korean, and Japanese medicine, dating back to at least the 3rd century AD. Since around 2000, goji berries and their derivative products have gained popularity in industrialized nations as health foods and alternative medicine solutions, often marketed with exaggerated and unverified health claims. In the 1730s, the Duke of Argyll introduced goji berries to the United Kingdom, primarily for use as hedges and in ornamental landscaping. In the first decade of the 21st century, farmers in Canada and the United States began commercially cultivating goji berries to meet the growing demand for fresh berries, juice, and processed products. One of the most extreme and unverified marketing claims is that a Chinese man named Li Qingyuan, who allegedly consumed wolfberries daily, lived to be 256 years old. This narrative has contributed to the goji berry's reputation as a superfruit. Number 9. Yuzu, the aromatic citrus from East Asia. Yuzu is a unique citrus fruit and plant from the Rutaceae family, predominantly grown in East Asia. Recently, it has also been cultivated in Australia, Spain, Italy, and France. Yuzu is believed to have originated as an F1 hybrid between a mandarin orange, Citrus reticulata, subspecies called Ichang papeda in central China. This fruit has a bumpy
almost
peel
like a
that can
lime.
be either yellow or green depending on its maturity and
And theirs
resembles
looks
a
like a
small
lemon.
grapefruit. Typically, yuzu fruits are fragrant and range in size from 5.5 to 7.5 centimeters in diameter, but they can grow as large as a grapefruit. Yuzu trees or shrubs are small and feature numerous large, straight thorns. The leaves are broad, leaf-like petioles, and are highly aromatic, similar to those of the kaffir lime and ichang papeda. The domestic production of yuzu in Japan is substantial, given its popularity in Japanese cuisine. The fruit's fragrant zest, outer rind, and juice are used in much the same way lemons are used in other cuisines. Yuzu has a tangy, aromatic flavor that is reminiscent of grapefruit with subtle mandarin orange undertones, making it a versatile and sought-after ingredient in various culinary dishes. Number 8. Longan, the dragon eye fruit. The longan tree is a tropical tree renowned for its edible fruit, which is one of the most famous members of the Sapindaceae family, sharing this distinction with the lychee and rambutan. The longan fruit is somewhat similar to the lychee, but it has a less aromatic flavor. It is naturally found in tropical regions of Asia and China. The term longan, derived from the Cantonese word longnagun, translates to dragon eye, aptly named because when the fruit is peeled, it resembles an eyeball, with the black seed visible through the translucent flesh, mimicking a pupil and iris. The seed is small, round, and hard, with an enamel-like surface. When freshly harvested and fully matured, the fruit has a thin, tough, bark-like shell that can be easily peeled by squeezing the pulp out, much like a sunflower seed. However, if the fruit absorbs more moisture, the shell becomes softer and more delicate, making it harder to peel. Factors such as premature harvest, variety, weather conditions, and transportation or storage conditions can influence the shell's firmness. In exceptional varieties, the fruit is sweet, juicy, and flavorful, although neither the seed nor the peel is consumed. Longan fruit is versatile in Asian cuisine, used in soups, snacks, desserts, and sweet and sour dishes. It is often preserved and canned in syrup, but can also be eaten fresh like other fruits. Longans have a drier sweetness similar to dates, whereas lychees tend to be juicier and have a more tropical, grape-like tartness. Number 7. Jackfruit, the giant fruit of the tropics.
Now, I have heard of
The
this,
jackfruit,
I've just
often
never
referred to
seen
as
it.
the jack tree, belongs to the fig, mulberry, and breadfruit family. It originates from the rainforests of the Western Ghats in southern India, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines. Thriving in tropical lowlands, the jack tree is cultivated widely across tropical regions worldwide. It holds the distinction of producing the largest fruit of any tree, with individual fruits weighing up to 55 kilograms and measuring up to 90 centimeters in length and 50 centimeters in diameter. A healthy jack tree can yield around 200 fruits annually, with older trees producing as many as 500 fruits in a year. The unripe jackfruit's fleshy petals are edible, and the fruit itself is a composite of hundreds to thousands of individual flowers. The ripe jackfruit is sweet and often used in desserts, while canned green jackfruit is noted for its mild flavor and meat-like texture, earning it the nickname vegetable meat. In South and Southeast Asian cuisines, jackfruit is a staple ingredient, used in both its ripe and unripe forms. Number 6. Sapodilla, the long-lived tropical tree. Sapodilla is an evergreen tree that originates from southern Mexico, Central America, and the Caribbean. It thrives naturally in the peat and mangroves ecoregion of coastal Yucatan. The tree was introduced to the Philippines during Spanish colonial rule and has since spread to India, Pakistan, Thailand, Malaysia, Cambodia, Indonesia, and Vietnam. The name Zapodilla comes from the Spanish word zapote, which in turn derives from the Nahuatl word tzapotl. The sapodilla tree can grow to impressive heights of over 30 meters, with trunk diameters reaching up to 1.5 meters. Cultivated varieties, however, typically range between 9 to 15 meters in height. The tree is known for its wind resistance and its bark, which is rich in chicle, a white sticky latex. Its ornamental leaves are glossy, medium green, and measure 7 to 15 centimeters in length, alternating in arrangement and elliptic to ovate in shape. The flowers of the sapodilla are small, white, and bell-shaped, with a 6-lobed corolla. The unripe fruit has a hard outer skin and exudes white chicle when harvested.
Almost like
a fully ripe
potatoes.
sapodilla, however,
bigger.
has a saggy skin and does not produce chicle upon picking. The fruit itself is a large berry, 4 to 8 centimeters in diameter, with a flesh color ranging from light yellow to earthy brown. It has a gritty texture reminiscent of a ripe pear. Each
Okay.
fruit typically contains 1 to 6 seeds. The sapodilla is appreciated for its sweet, malty flavor and is consumed fresh or used in various culinary applications. Number 5. Passion fruit, the exotic delight. Passion fruit is produced by various plants in the Passiflora genus. The name passion fruit originates from the passion flower species, which is the English translation of its Latin genus name, Passiflora. Around 1700, missionaries in Brazil named the plant Flor das Cinco Chagas.
Chagas, that I've heard.
Meaning flower of the 5 wounds, symbolizing the crucifixion and resurrection of Christ, with other parts of the plant named after elements of the Passion of Jesus. Passion fruits are either round or oval and come in several colors, including yellow, red, purple, and green. The fruit has a sweet, edible core filled with numerous seeds surrounded by a juicy, pulpy substance, which is the part humans consume. Passion fruit juice can be extracted by squeezing the fruit. Number 4. Sugar apples, the sweet treat. The sugar apple, also known as sweet sop, is the fruit of Annona squamosa, the most widely cultivated Annona species, and is native to the tropical regions of the Americas and the West Indies. Spanish merchants introduced it to Asia via Manila galleons landing in the Philippines. The fruit is spherical to conical, measuring 5 to 10 centimeters in diameter and 6 to 10 centimeters in length, and weighing between 100 to 240 grams. The firm, glossy seeds, ranging from 20 to 40 per fruit, are brown to black, but can be found seedless in Taiwan and Hong Kong. New varieties are continually being developed. Introduced to the United States in 1908, the Tayadamoya, or pineapple sugar apple, is popular in Taiwan for its similar sweetness to the sugar apple, but with a distinct pineapple flavor. Number 3. Manila tamarind, the multifunctional
Tamarind,
tree.
yeah, I've heard of
Manila
it, but
tamarind, a flowering plant in the Fabaceae family, is native to Mexico's Pacific coast and nearby highlands, as well as Central America and northern South America. It is also known as monkey pod, but shares
Never
this name
had
with
it,
other
but-
plants, notably Salmonea saman. The species has spread to the Caribbean, Florida, the Philippines, and Guam, thanks to the Manila galleons. It has also been introduced to Thailand and South Asia, where it is considered invasive. Despite its name, Manila tamarind is not related to tamarinds and is not native to Manila or Madras. The seed pods contain a sweet and sour pulp, eaten raw or used to enhance meat-based dishes in Mexico. It also serves as a foundation for cocktails when mixed with sugar and water. The Huastec people of northern Veracruz and San Luis Potosi in Mexico used various parts of the tree for treating gum disease, toothaches, and even cancer. The leaves are believed to cure bile when used in a poultice with alcohol and to prevent abortions and miscarriages. Number 2. Durian, the king
I have
of fruits.
heard of it, but I've never.
The durian is the edible
had
fruit
it.
of several tree species in the genus Durio, found in Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Thailand. At least 9 of these species produce edible fruit, with Durio zibethinus being the most internationally recognized. As of 1987, Thailand had identified around 300 cultivars, while Malaysia had about 100. Other species are available in their respective local markets. Known as the king of fruits in some regions, the durian is notable for its large size, strong odor, and thorn-covered rind. The fruit can grow up to 30 centimeters in length and 15 centimeters in diameter, weighing between 1 and 3 kilograms. Its shape varies from oblong to round, its husk color ranges from green to brown, and its flesh color spans from light yellow to red. While some find the durian scent pleasantly sweet, others find it overwhelmingly unpleasant, likened to rotting onions, turpentine, and raw sewage. The odor evokes reactions from deep appreciation to intense disgust. Due to its lingering smell, which can last for days, many hotels and public transportation systems in Southeast Asia have banned the fruit. Despite its scent, the flesh is highly regarded, described by 19th century British scientist Alfred Russel Wallace as a rich custard highly flavored with almonds. The flesh is edible at various stages of ripeness and is used to flavor a range of savory and sweet dishes in Southeast Asian cuisines. Additionally, the seeds can be cooked and eaten. Number 1. Wakrapona palm tree, the evergreen marvel. The
Haven't eaten
Wakrapona
that
palm
one
tree,
either.
also known as the Wakapona palm tree,
Okay,
is
that
gaining
looks
recognition worldwide as scientists continue to explore its numerous benefits. This large evergreen palm features a prostrate or underground stem that can grow up to 45 centimeters in diameter, forming a loose cluster of growth. However, the most striking feature of this tree is its unusual appearance, which has led to some amusing comparisons.
Yeah.
The unique shape of the Wakrapona palm tree has earned it a reputation for resembling a certain part of the human anatomy,
Yes, and
leading
only
some to
one-
believe that its roots might have beneficial effects
one
on sexual
male
health,
part of the
specifically in increasing
anatomy.
penis sensitivity and enhancing orgasms. Palms, in general, are one of the most renowned and widely cultivated plant families. They have been integral to human history for centuries, providing a variety of products and foods. Today,
Yeah.
palms are among the most commercially significant plants, often
Date,
used in
coconut.
landscaping and horticulture.
Plus
If you have
they're-
ever tried any of the fruits listed today, share your thoughts with us. What is the most peculiar food you have ever eaten? Let us know in the comments below.
Please
In a
don't
way, this is a reflection of what was happening in Rome's empire itself.
This is not.
stop. Okay, well, I have to admit that one was kind of crazy.
That variety's a little.
Introduction. In the
I have to admit, I knew five out of 20, and I had not tried all 5 of them. I have just heard of them or knew of their existence. In fact, I don't think I've tried any of them. Not even the star fruit. But my friends, it's going on 9 o'clock here. I have a husband who needs to get himself off to bed. And I need to get some rest myself, because what they all did today means I'm gonna at some point have to get all the garden put in tomorrow. All of it. And hopefully it won't take too darn long, but I'd like to see it done before the day is over. I want to thank all of you for being here tonight. Again, another big shout out to Wake and Bake 507 for his help in doing all of my video and electronic work so I can run this stream smoothly and without as many mistakes as I've had on previous streams. I want to thank my husband for being such a wonderful man. He lets me sit here and do this while he busts his butt, and even brought me up a meal. Okay? And I want to thank all of you for sitting here watching my thing. Feel free to make comments, whatever else. And I also would like to give another shout out to 8 Legs, who drew the picture, to wazshop.co, wazshop.co, for the company where you can get these. There is a promo code. I think if you go Wake and Bake 507 at wazshop.com as a promo code, you could actually get a discount on this. And this is only one of some very wildly unique, all the way, I mean, they cross all streaming, all sorts of different areas. I've seen Mario ones, I've seen some with all sorts of characters, I've seen a lot of ones with the anime characters and Rick and Morty, you name it. This just happened to be one of my favorites. And I want to thank everyone here for a good night. And we will talk to all of you tomorrow night, 4 o'clock to 9 o'clock and